πρόγραμμα του MEDHackathon θα αρχίσει με χαιρετισμούς. Θα ήθελα πρώτα να δώσω το λόγο στον κύριο Κουφουπαύλου, κοσμήτορα της Πολυτεχνικής Σχολής, να απευθύνει χαιρετισμό. Θα ακολουθήσει ο κύριος Γαρουφαλάκης, πρόεδρος του Τμήματος Πληροφορικής. Καλώς ήρθατε.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Χαίρομαι που βλέπω πολλούς φοιτητές. Αυτό είναι πολύ ευχάριστο. Προπτυχιακούς, μεταπτυχιακούς. Μιλάμε ελληνικά ή αγγλικά. Good morning. Welcome to everybody. We are very happy to have all of you this morning. I am very happy because there are many students here, and because in Greece this time usually the students are in Mykonos or in Santorini after the examinations. So we hope, there is a hope here in this country. So on behalf of the University of Patras, I welcome all of you to this event, especially the people who came from far away. I wish you to have a fruitful and pleasant and productive conference. Although I am in the computer science business, I will not be able to attend all the sessions. Some sessions I will attend them after that. In our School of Engineering, as you know, some of you, one of the directions is the computer science generally, but the university, our school, are very proud for the department who organized this event, and especially the chairman, the Professor Pavlidis. He worked very hard the last few months in order to set everything in this conference and make your life easier and more pleasant. So the most important thing in these events are not the openings, but the presentation. So the actors in this conference are you. So we are waiting to hear you and share your new ideas, discuss with us, with all of us, in order to be more sophisticated, more educated after the end of this conference. Thanks all of you for coming.
Kyrios Garoufalakis, Mr. Garoufalakis, the chairman of our department, Computer Engineering and Informatics.
Good morning, and welcome to Patras, all of you who are not from here. We are delighted, as a department, I can express this feeling from the part of all our department, that we have this event going on here in Patras. So I want to congratulate my friend, Professor Giorgos Pavlidis, for organizing this, and all the other people who have been involved. This is important for us for one main reason, which is that it is for, from, and about students. Not only of our department, I guess, from other departments also, and from other countries. This is something that we give a lot of attention, and if you have the, if you can see and read Greek in our website, because not everything is translated in English, this is something we have to fix. You can see that we really endorse student initiatives, student groups, and so as a result we have a lot of student awards and good results from international competitions and conferences that they take place. So the theme also of this conference and this competition is also very interesting. So open data is the future, and this drives also how we see computer science and engineering, what we teach, what we learn, and how we guide our students. So I hope that you all have not only a nice stay in Patras and all these days. The weather is fine, the sea is getting warmer, but also that it would be fruitful for the competition and for all of you. So again, I want to thank you for organizing this and welcome you again in Patras and the University of Patras. Thank you.
I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Papasimakopoulos on behalf of the regional government to say a few words.
Καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο καθηγητή, τον κύριο Παυλίδη για την πρόσκληση και εύχομαι καλό συνέδριο και καλά αποτελέσματα να έχετε. Θα κάνω μια μικρή εισήγηση γύρω από το θέμα των ανοιχτών δεδομένων που συνδέονται με την κοινωνία και με την επιχειρηματικότητα. Θα ξεκινήσω μερικά από τα ερωτήματα τα οποία θα πρέπει να τεθούν και να απαντηθούν κατά τη διάρκεια του συνεδρίου. Και αυτά, ξεκινώντας, είναι πώς οι στρατηγικές έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης μπορούν να οδηγήσουν τις περιφέρειες στην ανάπτυξη. Το πρώτο ερώτημα. Το δεύτερο, ποιος είναι ο ρόλος της επιχειρηματικότητας στον σχεδιασμό επιτυχημένων περιφερειακών πολιτικών. Και το τρίτο, πώς ο ορίζοντας 2020 και η Ευρωπαϊκή Πολιτική Συνοχής θα γεφυρώσουν τις διαφορές μεταξύ των περιφερειών στον τομέα της καινοτομίας. Ο ρόλος λοιπόν του τομέα των ανοιχτών δεδομένων, των δικτών και των στατιστικών έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, καθώς και των φορέων καινοτομίας, αναδεικνύεται κεντρικός για την Ευρωπαϊκή Στρατηγική Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας. Η έξυπνη εξειδίκευση, η καινοτομία και η οικονομία της γνώσης, της ανοιχτής γνώσης, αναδεικνύονται σε βασικούς μοχλούς ανάπτυξης των περιφερειών και τόνωσης της ανταγωνιστικότητας. Υπογραμμίζουμε την ανάγκη αξιοποίηση από τις ελληνικές περιφέρειες των ευρωπαϊκών και εθνικών προγραμμάτων για έρευνα, καινοτομία και επιχειρηματικότητα, γεγονός που θα συμβάλλει στην ενίσχυση της περιφερειακής ανάπτυξης και στην αύξηση της απασχόλησης. Παράλληλα, οι περιφέρειες οφείλουν να ολοκληρώσουν το σχεδιασμό τους των στρατηγικών έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης με τη συμμετοχή του επιχειρηματικού ερευνητικού κόσμου, αλλά και με την υποστήριξη της Γενικής Γραμματείας Έρευνας Τεχνολογίας. Εδώ θα επισημάνουμε την ανάγκη να δώσουν οι περιφέρειες προτεραιότητα στην συνεργασία με τις επιχειρήσεις, τα πανεπιστημία και τα ερευνητικά κέντρα, γεγονός που θα οδηγήσει και στην αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας. Η Περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδος, στο μέτρο του δυνατού, αξιοποιεί όλα τα ευρωπαϊκά και εθνικά χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία για να ενισχύσει την κοινωνική προστασία και να πετύχει την παραγωγική ανασυγκρότηση, την οικολογική βιώσιμη διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων, αλλά και την καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής. Η έξυπνη εξειδίκευση είναι το ανταγωνιστικό πλεονέκτημα των περιφερειών. Στα ωφέλη της έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης για τις περιφέρειες της Ελλάδος, αλλά και της χώρας, αλλά και της Ευρώπης γενικότερα. Εντάσσονται οι επενδύσεις στην έρευνα, στην ανάπτυξη, και οι οποίες επενδύσεις είναι μέρος της λύσης, που μπορούν να βοηθήσουν να ξεπεράσουμε την οικονομική κρίση, καθώς αποτελούν μονόδρομο για την αλλαγή μοντέλου ανάπτυξης στην Ευρώπη. Εδώ θα πρέπει να τονίσουμε επίσης ότι η απορρόφηση της χρηματοδότησης εξαρτάται και από την ικανότητα κάθε περιφέρειας να αναπτύξει στρατηγικές έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης. Αυτές με τη σειρά τους μπορούν να αποδώσουν, με την προϋπόθεση ότι υπάρχει σωστή πολιτική καθοδήγηση, συμμετοχή των επιχειρήσεων και των ερευνητικών φορέων στο σχεδιασμό και στη εφαρμογή τους, αλλά και στην κατάλληλη διοικητική υποστήριξη. Η σημασία των ανοιχτών δεδομένων, των δικτών και στατιστικών και της επανάχρησης της γνώσης στην οικονομία της γνώσης και στα δημόσια ανοιχτά δεδομένα ως κινητήρες δυνάμεις για την τοπική και περιφερειακή ανάπτυξη. Η σημασία λοιπόν των ανοιχτών δεδομένων και τις δυνατότητες που ανοίγουν για τον κόσμο, των επιχειρήσεων, υπογραμμίζεται και σε αναφορές για την πολιτική που ακολουθεί η Παγκόσμια Τράπεζα Επενδύσεων για την ελεύθερη διάθεση δεδομένων, εξηγώντας πώς μπορεί να συνδυαστούν τα επιχειρηματικά μοντέλα με την ελεύθερη διάθεση και επανάχρηση των δεδομένων. Οι στατιστικές και οι αξιόπιστοι δείκτες έρευνας και ανάπτυξης είναι μοντέλα για τη μέτρηση, την παρακολούθηση των αποτελεσμάτων και τον απολογισμό των περιφερειακών πολιτικών, ενώ υπογραμμίζουμε τη σημασία της συλλογής και διάθεσης δικτών και δεδομένων και της συστηματικής μέτρησής τους, με τρόπο που δεν αγνοεί και το σημαντικό τομέα των υπηρεσιών. Διαπιστώνουμε επίσης ότι οι λιγότερο καινοτόμες περιφέρειες και χώρες είναι αυτές που αξιοποιούν εμπορικά σε μικρότερο βαθμό την καινοτομία και θα πρέπει οι περιφέρειες αυτές να συμπεριλάβουν τις καινοτόμες επιχειρήσεις στο σχεδιασμό και στην εφαρμογή των περιφερειακών πολιτικών. Αναγνωρίζοντας ότι η προτεραιότητα στον ορίζοντα 2020 είναι η μείωση των ανισοτήτων στις περιφέρειες, επικεντρώνουμε στις δράσεις για τη διεύρυνση της συμμετοχής των περιφερειών στον ορίζοντα 2020 και τονίζουμε ότι θα χρειαστεί να καταστήσουμε μια οπτική που να προσανατολίζεται στη μέτρηση των αποτελεσμάτων των πολιτικών που ασκούνται. Σύμφωνα με τα στοιχεία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, από τις 266 περιφέρειες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, μόνο 35 είχαν ένταση έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, μεγαλύτερη του 3% του ΑΕΠ. Δηλαδή, επενδύσεις, έρευνα και ανάπτυξη, μεγαλύτερη ως ποσοστό του ΑΕΠ. Απαιτείται, συνεπώς, σημαντική προσπάθεια για την ενίσχυση της μεταφοράς της γνώσης και την ανάδειξη της καθοριστικής σημασίας των στρατηγικών έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης. Η επανάχρηση της γνώσης θεωρείται κλειδί για τον περιφερειακό σχεδιασμό και η εμπειρία είναι γεμάτη από παραδείγματα που αναδεικνύει πως η γνώση μπορεί να αξιοποιηθεί μέσα από επιχειρηματικά μοντέλα που μπορεί να συμβάλλει στη μετατροπή παραδοσιακών χώρων σε ανοιχτά περιβάλλοντα, αλλά και στο σχεδιασμό επιτυχημένων περιφερειακών πολιτικών. Επομένως, και τελειώνω, για να σχεδιάσουμε περιφερειακές πολιτικές, χρειαζόμαστε συγκεκριμένες δράσεις και όχι τομείς ανάπτυξης. Χρειαζόμαστε συνεργασίες και όχι απλά συναντήσεις. Όλα αυτά πρέπει να γίνουν άμεσα, γιατί ο χρόνος ήδη πιέζει. Χρειαζόμαστε λοιπόν μια ολιστική θεώρηση της κατάστασης που έχει δημιουργήσει η κρίση για τις οικονομίες του Νότου, η οποία θα μας οδηγήσει στο να αναπτύξουμε στο έπακρο το οικοσύστημα της καινοτομίας και της γνώσης, να αξιοποιήσουμε συνέργειες και συνεργασίες για να κάνουμε τις περιφέρειες μας πιο ανταγωνιστικές και να εξερευνήσουμε και εφαρμόσουμε μεθοδολογίες για τη μέτρηση της επιχειρηματικής διάστασης καινοτομίας, το ρόλο της δικτύωσης και της συνεργασίας, αλλά και τις δυνατότητες μεταμόρφωσης που μπορεί να προσφέρει η έξυπνη εξειδίκευση για την ανάπτυξη και καινοτομία στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδος. Σας εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριο και ευχαριστώ για την προσοχή σας.
Mr. Tsoubelis, as Vice President of local Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα. Θα ήθελα να χαιρετήσω από την πλευρά του Επιμελητηρίου Αχαΐας τη διοργάνωση του MEDHackathon. Να ευχαριστήσω το Πανεπιστήμιο, το Τμήμα των Ηλεκτρονικών Υπολογιστών και τους διοργανωτές της εκδήλωσης που κάλεσαν το Επιμελητήριο να παρευρεθεί στη συγκεκριμένη εκδήλωση και να εκφράσω τη βεβαιότητα ότι το αποτέλεσμα και η ροή του τριήμερου αυτού event θα είναι εξαιρετικό. Το Επιμελητήριο Αχαΐας ξεκίνησε από το 2012 μια προσπάθεια σύγκλησης με το Πανεπιστήμιο και τους υπόλοιπους φορείς της γνώσης, δημιουργώντας μια έκθεση μεταφοράς τεχνογνωσίας στην Patras IQ. Στην έκθεση αυτή τα επιστημονικά, τα ιδρύματα, το Πανεπιστήμιο, το Ανοιχτό Πανεπιστήμιο, το ΤΕΗ, θα θέλαμε αργότερα και όλα τα υπόλοιπα εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα της Ελλάδας, τα Ινστιτούτα και στο μέλλον, γιατί όχι να γίνει και ένα διεθνές γεγονός, να έχουμε και φορείς γνώσης από το εξωτερικό. Δείχνουν λοιπόν ό,τι έχουν κάνει και έχει ενδιαφέρον για επιχειρηματική αξιοποίηση. Θα θέλαμε αυτή η προσπάθεια να μεγαλώσει και να συμπεριλάβει πολλές δραστηριότητες που έχουν να κάνουν με την ανάπτυξη επιχειρηματικότητας γύρω από τη γνώση. Δηλαδή, πώς θα μπορούμε να χρηματοδοτούμε και να ενθαρρύνουμε προσπάθειες νέων επιχειρήσεων, ώστε να έχουν σημαντικά οικονομικά αποτελέσματα και για την περιοχή και για τις ίδιες. Όσο αφορά τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα, στο όραμα του Επιμελητηρίου Αχαΐας είναι να δημιουργηθεί μία βάση δεδομένων που να περιλαμβάνει όλα τα σημεία ενδιαφέροντος με αρκετές πληροφορίες και όλες τις επιχειρήσεις, τουλάχιστον της Αχαΐας, που με web services να είναι διαθέσιμοι σε εφαρμογές, σε applications. Γιατί, ξέρετε, αυτό που έχουμε διαπιστώσει είναι ότι ενώ από τη μια μεριά θέλουμε να γίνονται πολλές εφαρμογές γύρω που να προωθούν την περιοχή τουριστικά, η δυσκολία η μεγάλη είναι στο να μαζευτούν αυτά τα δεδομένα. Αν λοιπόν αυτοί που θέλουν να φτιάξουν εφαρμογές έχουν πρόσβαση σε τέτοια δεδομένα, θα είναι κάτι εξαιρετικό για να μπορεί κανείς να είναι δημιουργικός σε αυτό το πεδίο. Άλλο ένα ζήτημα το οποίο κυνηγάμε είναι μέσα από τη δικτύωση των επιχειρήσεων να μπορέσουμε να δικτυώσουμε πολλούς χώρους σαν και αυτόν εδώ, μεταξύ τους, με τεχνολογίες τηλεδιάσκεψης, ώστε σκεφτείτε να μπορεί κάθε ενδιαφέρουσα εκδήλωση να αναμεταδίδεται σε πολλά σημεία στην περιφέρεια. Να μπορούσαν δηλαδή και κάποιοι άνθρωποι που θα ενδιαφέρονταν να παρακολουθήσουν τις εκδηλώσεις του MEDHackathon να το δουν και από τα Καλάβρητα και από το Αγρίνιο και από την Αμφιλοχία και από όλες τις περιοχές, τουλάχιστον της περιφέρειας της Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Αυτό για μας είναι μια σημαντική προτεραιότητα και λύνει και διάφορα θέματα συμμετοχής. Αντί να δίνουμε χρήματα σε βενζίνες και χρόνο στα ταξίδια για τέτοιες διαδικασίες, να μπορούμε να έχουμε δικτυωμένους χώρους από πριν, ώστε να παίρνουμε το μεγαλύτερο δυνατό αποτέλεσμα από τέτοιες εκδηλώσεις. Τέλος, άλλη μία επιδίωξή μας, η οποία έχει ξεκινήσει από το Πανεπιστήμιο της Πάτρας, από καθηγητές του Πανεπιστημίου της Πάτρας, είναι εδώ και ο κύριος Τσακαλίδης, είναι μια δομή η οποία θα βοηθάει την τηλεεργασία. Θα βοηθάει δηλαδή ανθρώπους να δουλέψουν μέσα από πλατφόρμες τηλεεργασίας για δουλειές σε όλο τον πλανήτη. Αυτό θα μας βοηθήσει από τη μία μεριά να παράγουμε εισόδημα ο καθένας για τον εαυτό του, αλλά και εθνικό εισόδημα αντίστοιχο με αυτό του τουρισμού, γιατί μιλάμε για χρήματα τα οποία έρχονται κυρίως από το εξωτερικό. Από την άλλη μεριά, όταν οι νέοι άνθρωποι, ειδικά ή οι άνθρωποι που δουλεύουν μέσα από υπολογιστή, θα μπορούν να δουλέψουν πραγματικά για εταιρείες και να παράξουν έργο, θα μπορούν να καταλάβουν ποιες είναι οι ανάγκες τους και θα μπορούν πολύ πιο εύκολα και δομημένα να δημιουργούν μετά εφαρμογές, ώστε να παίρνουν και υπεραξία από αυτή τη δουλειά μέσα από πλατφόρμες. Και πάλι είμαι βέβαιος ότι η όλη αυτή η προσπάθεια του MEDHackathon θα πάει εξαιρετικά. Σας εύχομαι να το απολαύσετε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Mr. Anastasopoulos, the President of Science, Patras Science Park, Professor Anastasopoulos.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you, especially the young people, students who came here to present their ideas. For the Patras Science Park, all the people who care about the strengthening of the entrepreneurship mentality, is very important to see young people trying to transform their ideas, their knowledge into products, into useful things that finally will contribute to the prosperity of the people. In the Patras Science Park, we organized lately an analogous, similar big competition about sports innovation. And we saw then that we have a lot of young entrepreneurs who are very much interested and are trying hard to convert ideas into products. So we believe that all of us, all stakeholders of the region, have to find ways to support young people towards this goal. I wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
And the first part of our event will finish with a few words from Mr. Nanopoulos, which is visiting professor in our department and ex-general director of Eurostat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlidis. Good morning, everybody. I have to express my gratitude to the University of Patras and the organizers of this conference, because I think it's a very important event that young people meet together and in some way present their ideas. I would like to see this as a kind of Olympic Games, Olympic competition on innovation and new ideas. You know, I'm really very long time in this type of business as professor at the university in France, in the United States, and then in the European Union, where we financed a lot of programs. And in 1992, there was in a very similar place in Olympia, there is a nice conference center next to the antique place in Olympia, a conference on the integration of information systems, which is very similar. At that moment, 92, internet it's a baby, nobody can imagine what will happen, okay? But the need from the scientists, the need from the business deciders, the need from the administrators of regions, countries, etc., for data, and good data analysis is a permanent issue. And this is what we have to serve, because this is in the interest of the society. Of course, you young people, you have a lot of ideas, and maybe you don't think of the final result for the society. You think about persuade other people, investors, to finance your ideas, because you need, unfortunately, a lot of money. Today, I have a very simple example of a small company in Israel, in Tel Aviv, that 5 years ago they had an idea of using Google Maps together with some Facebook type application. They called it Waze, W-A-Z-E. And this company last year was bought for $1 million by Google. And Google hired 300 people to work on that only. So they developed today. I know because my son is one of them. So you see what happens. These paths of success are very difficult and very rare, because it is a rare event, an idea, to go through all the needs that has to persuade people and to be successful. Somebody who in Google is his job to select ideas, he said his job is to kill ideas, because 99% of the ideas are not good. So nobody is able to tell you what is a good idea from a bad idea. So you have to persuade and to work on that. So such a conference today should happen very often. The University of Patras is select places because not only the installations, but mostly the human resources that we have here, excellent professors and researchers, is a good place to have something more frequent event here created. So I wish to everybody a successful conference, successful ideas, and I will close with news that I heard this morning coming here. Ireland's growth of GDP for 2015 was, nobody knows. 26%. 26%. Somebody has to analyze how they did that. Okay, thank you very much.
So, thank you.
So Professor Makios made it directly from China. I mean, they have been with the Prime Minister there for an international visit, and so as he will have to leave after Runar, Professor Vasilis Makios takes the floor. So I was saying that here we have Norway, Czech Republic, Karel Harvat, Slovak Republic, Martin is here, Italy, Emanuela is here, and as all the speakers suggested, this is very, very important so far as open data maybe give us the vision, give us the understanding, give us the knowledge, give us the power in order to be knowledgeable people and society that is taking practically the initiative to organize this event here, calling it provocative, if you want, MEDHackathon, hoping that another country in the Med area and another country in the north afterwards is continuing. And when I have the chance, I will just brief you afterwards about the two Greek speeches, what was the essence. I rush to give the floor to Runar to tell us what is this project that is serving as a basis for open data becoming so important.
I shall endeavor my best to explain. I'll say that Norway is in what you would call the far north of the Mediterranean. And it's stretching the definition a little bit. I'm trying to introduce the project as such. Projects are by definition boring because very much about projects is about structure. So I try to take out that part and try to set the philosophical and the economic setting that is the reason why we are doing this. And to do so, I'm first starting by introducing the project a little bit and then putting that into the context of the hackathon and the conference. So, starting off, we started off this project in the aftermaths of a global economic recession, let's say. In 2008, the Americans had kind of realized this beautiful thing that investing in other people's misery couldn't go on generating growth perpetually, and things started collapsing. And in this time span since that, the expectations for ICT as a sector of growth is really very high. And in this interim period now, for the past 6 years, we have been struggling economically. Things have been changing. We have been hearing a lot about Grexit. Grexit didn't happen, but suddenly someone else exited. And we have these peculiar characters who come on stage now with great happiness and great sadness, realizing that things may or may not have been a good idea. So this is kind of the setting that we live in, and we kind of have to adapt. We have to find new ways of running around in the forest catching food. There is no longer food moving there. The food is digital. The food is the internet. And so for us, we need to try and realize the sort of economic benefits that can be derived from the IT industry. And if you look at policy documents, EU policy documents, even local policy documents, there is put a very, very high set of expectations for what IT is going to generate. IT is going to make everything more efficient, which in some way means that it's going to lead to layoffs, but at the same time, it's going to generate a lot of economy in itself. And I think that this bridges very well to the few last sentences of the previous presentation, because in order to have growth and sort of benefits coming out of IT, you have to have a lot of failures. And then you have to grow and nurture these failures. You have to allow yourself to have them. If the economy is based on only accepting success, IT will never generate this sort of benefits. So in the mix of the expectations, there are a lot of broken hopes and dreams. The second context which this project relies on is spatial data. So we have ICT as the foundation, as the basement layer. But on top of that, we have spatial data. And this, to some extent, affects us in literally everything we do, from finding something that we've dug into the ground to making complex decisions about completely abstract topics. And it happens also to be the core professional domain of most of the partners who are involved in SDI for Apps. So the S in SDI for Apps is spatial. Put the fourth ingredient into the mix, and we have the fact that the European Union for the past, let's say, 10, 15 years at least, has put a lot of strategic investment into public data infrastructures and open data. It has been done through 3 different strands, through 2 directives, the PSI directive and the Inspire directive, which most states have signed up to without, I think, knowing full well the consequence of actually having to implement this, because it's a massive undertaking. So there is a lot of data there. There is a consultancy report by I don't remember if PricewaterhouseCoopers or Gartner Group that says that the potential for generating revenue is something like 70 billion a year, but no one has been able to quantify how this money is going to come into existence. So there is a great need on the political agenda to demonstrate that the data made available and created through these infrastructures actually can contribute to added value to economic growth in the private sector. Fifth ingredient is that a few years ago, when you spoke about ICT infrastructure, someone would become glassy in the eyes and think of some deep, dark room in the basement somewhere, which no one would like to visit, and very few have visited, and where things generally are to blame if something doesn't work. Whereas in the past few years, we have experienced then the complete shift now, where we have gone from these everyone rolls their own infrastructure to shared cloud infrastructures, and some big global players like Azure, like Amazon Web Services, which provides cloud hosting literally everywhere. So what SDI for Apps does is that it mixes together these different elements and tries to build a platform. And the platform, as you see, is, what could you say, it could be a rather narrow pinnacle that underpins a rather big structure, and that's what we hope to achieve. But our project is, of course, only this part at the base. And in order to achieve anything on top of it, we need applications, we need things built on this platform. And that is where this is married into the fabric of hackathons. It's married into the fabric of trying to generate viable, tangible ideas, which can be the basis for 100 failures and 1 success. But you need the 100 failures to find the 1 success. The overall architecture of this is based on the concept of an SDI, a spatial data infrastructure, which is a technological term, which is, of course, pest-ridden with hours of presentations about standards and protocols and stuff like this, which is beautiful, but which we will skip past. But let's say there's a technical component, which has some software, some servers. There is a data component, which brings together key data from some areas. We'll revisit that later briefly. And then there is trying to compose these together to applications that solve problems for individuals, for businesses, for governments, in such a manner that they're willing to pay for it, either as consultancy services, as software licenses, or as their own time in applying the technology. But there has to be a revenue stream. I mean, the added value in itself, political added value in itself, is not sufficient. There has to be a revenue stream if it's going to foster economic growth. The process by which we set out doing this is to establish this cloud framework. And we're trying to continuously subject this to the scrutiny of people. People like you, people who can tell us that this is stupid, people who can tell us that this is smart, and people who can give us advice on how we should tweak it, redesign it, scrap it, or replace it to make it what it needs to be. This means that we have to venture into a very complicated field. Our endeavor is to add value to the real-world problems. And real-world problems can be of very different nature. It can be people digging a hole in the ground, which is a physical problem, finding whatever you dug down there 10 years previously. Or it can be people making some sort of abstract decision. But the problem is that if you look at the successes that spring out of the IT industry, some of them are like Waze, navigation, something that it's easy to understand that it's useful, that this is something that society needs, this is something that adds immediate value. But then there are other things which are less obvious that they add value, such as Facebook, which is essentially some sort of social pornography website, which nowadays literally dictates our lives. If you put some post there at 23:59 on Christmas Eve, you will have 10 answers 2 minutes later. It saturates our lives, and it means that because IT is, in traditional manufacturing, creating something required a very big financial investment. So it's not that easy to create a new product. But here you can create a new product very easily. Anyone can do it. And the internet user is also a little bit different from the average consumer. He is the guy who likes to sit in front of the computer a lot, in front of some sort of digital device, staring at some screen or the other. Which means that the products that we try to identify by looking at real-world problems are not necessarily the problems that are going to result in the next internet adventure. So that is why also hackathons need to stray, not exclusively stay on the path of solving traditional, well-defined problems, reiterating ideas. Let some dead ideas remain dead, not try to resuscitate them, and instead allow some insanity to bloom, grow, because that's sometimes what is required. In addition, the other element of the hackathon, which I think is tremendously important, is that IT engineers, which is the type of human subspecies that I belong to, we generally think of the product as the big thing. But if you look at the majority, the flora of what exists on the internet in terms of products and services that people buy and use a lot, they are not always great products, and most IT engineers would condemn them heavily. So, in order to make a good idea and a good product into something that is successful, It is also necessary to accompany this by having strategies, plans, networks, branding, market outreach. And these sort of arenas like the hackathon allows us to bring together people, build the networks, create the environment, not just the product, but the environment for success. So we hope that this hackathon can be a small component in a big picture, which requires many, many, many events of such a nature. So how can you use SDI for apps? I mean, for the next days, we will have a hackathon here, so we will go more in depth into the different components and tools that are available. There's a website that describes what it is. I'll just give a brief overview, and then I'll hand the floor back, because I understand that I am now perhaps somewhere between us and the coffee break, which is not a good place to be. So, the first thing that you can get through SDI for apps is access to a lot of open data. There are three main topics which are covered already within the data volumes that are available, and that has significant European and global cover. There is open land use, so data about how spatial distribution of land use planning is done, what is currently on land, what is it planned for. A lot of potential embedded in this, very little of it realized, a lot of ideas, very few real actual services. There is the open transport network, which is a marriage between quality assured public sector data sources and the OpenStreetMap, which provides a higher quality data source for routing, for calculation of movements, for calculation of coverage areas, for calculations of mobility. Also, referencing back to Waze, the foundation for the creation of that sort of company, although presently a small component of it. Finally, the smart points of interest. I would venture to say huge database, global database by now, of points of interest of the nature that you might find in tourist destination guides and the sorts. I don't know the present number, but last time I looked it was about 30 million of them, and they are growing and increasing, and the data model is suitable for making very interesting queries and mashing this up with the other data sources. The next thing you can do with the platform is to quickly set up your own GIS platform, complete with a web server application, complete with a wide range of server components that will enable you to build applications that incorporate all the common spatial standards, linked data standards, open data standards of all sorts and varieties. These can easily be rolled out on any sort of virtualization environment, so you can immediately have this environment up and running without any sort of effort from your side on your own development PC. And later, should the service be something that has the right of life, it can be deployed to Amazon Web Services or Azure and scaled appropriately as the service grows and the scale goes on. And for those who would not like to take the cost of making an infrastructure themselves, it is also provided as a software as a service web API that provides a range of functions that can be accessed from HTML5 and JavaScript applications, meaning that without any sort of development technology at your hands, with Notepad, you can start building spatial-powered applications without access to your own infrastructure, but that incorporates data from our open data sources and that incorporates functions from the powerful suite of tools that is shown in the back here. But I'll not go into each and every individual component at this time, because I think that this is more of a technical topic and something that's more interesting to look at in the context of the hackathon itself.
You will have much more time tomorrow to go into details, because your people that are going to follow your suggestions are going to be there.
Certainly.
So if you can conclude just a a short, let's say, period because we have some problem for people that they have to travel. Okay?
Yes, I'm finishing at this particular slide, so that's it. So you are good. You are good, Nikos. So I will stop at this particular moment, and the full presentation will be online eventually. So if there's anyone who would like to see the remaining slides, they're happy to do so. If there's anyone who is happy that there are no more slides, you can now draw a deep breath. And thank you very much, and thank you for having us.
So proving that Norway is, and Runar, they are true Europeans. Professor Vasilis Makios, because he has made an excellent effort for us to be here, please come to tell us as a teacher of our teachers and our students in Patras, and also an active member of the society when it is for culture, when it is for science, when it is for international cooperation. Sorry, Runar, we are going to come back into many more details, and we are counting on you for that. So now it's the horizontal, let's say, issues, is the keynote speakers, we would call otherwise. Except Professor Makios, I would like to ask Stella Kivelou. I would like to ask Kelly Angelotopoulou. I would like to ask also Ms. Androusopoulou from the National Institute for Research, let's put it like that, National Secretariat. So to come at the Presidium, and one after another to help me recover with Runar that I had to stop and give floor to Professor Vasilis, because with him into the picture and Karel in the back, then I think that we have a very strong team, unless our students at the University of Patras would confirm that. Professor Vasilis Makios.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me here, because I think that Coralia is just in the central point of your activities today. Coralia Clusters Initiative is the first Hellenic technology clusters initiative in ICT technology. Why ICT technology? Because ICT technology brings products with very high added value. Think of Skype, which was invented by 3 young people like yourself, 2001, and it was sold for $2.5 billion to an American company. And this American company, that was 2002. In 2008, this company sold it to Microsoft for $8.5 billion. So ICT is the key enabling technology for everything, and uses open data for, I would say, the involvement of new products. Now, in order to do that, you need young people with bright ideas who are involved in the process of expanding knowledge into product. And this is what we are going to discuss today, and this is where hackathons are playing a major role. But as a teacher, before going into the matter of Coralia and showing you examples of how we evolved in the last 10 years, we have 10 years activities today, I will go as a teacher in some definitions. I open this opendefinition.org, and in order to see what open data are. A piece of data is open if anyone is free to use it, reuse it, and redistribute it, subject only, at most to a requirement to attribute or share alike. And using open data today, I mean, ESA is giving for free the pictures of the universe today, and you know, this is the basis for, I would say, entrepreneurship and development for the future. Now let's go into Coralia. We have a project with open data, and this is Capsella, and that's why I came here. It's a drive to ICT solutions for agro-biodiversity communities and open data world. And you know, we have involved in our project, Western Achaia, Patras, and the area for this type of projects. Now, innovative, tailor-made, data-driven solutions for farmers, small communities, networks, and clusters, collaboration within and between communities and interactions with researchers, open data-driven innovation in the agri-food through an open data catalog, and cloud-based platform to support community-based initiatives concerning biodiversity in agri-food systems. So concrete and bottom-up pilot and ICT applications for 3 different scenarios: field, seed, and food. This is the project. And projects like that can change this country and the countries you are coming from. Because food, fisheries, environment, and so on and so forth can play, open data can play a role in this environment. Now, let's go back to Coralia, and I will tell you how we started giving to Greece 150 companies in ICT technology in the past 10 years. And this, in order to do that, in order to mobilize young people, you have to have a vision. And the vision in this country is very vivid. This is the Scuola di Atene. This is the picture, the famous picture of Raphael in the Vatican, where it shows that what happened 2,500 years ago in the communities of ancient Greece, which changed the world. You see Parmenides, who was the initiator of science with Thales, Pythagoras, the initiator of abstract thinking, but also of his triangle of a solution. Euclid, who was measuring I would say, landscape in the Nile, and he gave this fantastic Euclidean geometry, which is still valid today in the 3-dimensional vision of our, mobile pictures. Archimedes, who was the first engineer, you know, he burned the ships of Athens with photovoltaics, and Plato gave the whole concept, laws, which was the philosophy, and gave it all to Aristotle, who was the first globalization. I was in China, and you know, in China, they have Greece as a landmark because they were involved via India in the mathematical process of Aristotle. So this is our vision, and our brand name, Coralia, was conceived 10 years ago, and it has all the ingredients. Coral is a vivid, flourishing organization, collaboration, core. You have to nucleus. You have to support ideas in a very specific area, core rally, alliance, aura, and so on. So brand name is very important for any endeavor. Think that this brand name of Nike has a value of $97 billion today, and this is what Americans brought into the game, yeah? And you have to know that. So what we have as a goal, we develop regionally. You can develop any place, in a village here in Achaia, but you compete globally. And the goal is innovation designed in Greece. Why designed? Because you cannot manufacture. I mean, the point is, in this box, on the back, it says designed in California and manufactured in China. And you know how much designed in California means? 93%. So design is the essence of innovation and entrepreneurship. And unless you join us in the joy of creation, you cannot succeed. You have to be happy. In this country, unfortunately, in the last couple of years, we are desperate. We have to go out. Young people can save this country, and they can save Europe also, because Europe is behind also. I think the Silicon Valley approach has shown society that young people can play a major role in the development of the country. Now, Coralia, in action, creates clusters, and the clusters need innovation hubs. Our innovation hub is a little bit further up, 500 meters away from here. We are involved in youth entrepreneurship, which is very important, and we have internationalization projects and, of course, access to finance. Now, the three clusters we have developed, the first one in microelectronics with more than 50 companies, the space cluster with more than 50 companies, and the gaming cluster, also 50 companies. They are thriving today. They have about 10,000 people in these fields, and they have exports of the value of 200 million euros. Now, the thing is that for all those clusters, the European Commission, the European Secretariat for Cluster Analysis, has given us the gold label for all the three clusters for management. And you know, this means a lot for Greece, because they take us seriously as a cluster organization for the European scene. Now, what is microelectronics and nanoelectronics, which we call it a key enabling technology? Using open data, we can go in smart cities design, we can go on communication, consumer, automotive, smart health, energy, and Internet of Things. Can you imagine thus one particular area in science and technology can help all those directions? And this is why microelectronics and embedded systems is very important, because the chip is the major structure for all of that. Now, in the Internet of Things, we have IoT enabling components, we have smart objects, smart energy meters, computer vision, digital audio, cloud computing and big data. So if you see the value chain in the chip design, you have the chip, and of course the design with tools is our major, I would say, involvement. We don't go into the materials, and we use the chip in order to have applications. And applications is the key word, and that is where the money is. And the cluster, the microelectronics cluster, verticals are manufacturing, health, infrastructure, energy, transportation, buildings, hospitality, agriculture, and farming. So the Department of Science, Computer Science, and the Department of Electrical Engineering and Technology in it's Electrical Engineering and Computer Technology. The two departments here in Patras have opened the world. I think we were in 1999, I brought a company, an American company, here on campus, next to the campus, Atmel, and this was the initiation of Coralia. They started with 7 people from our labs, and by year 1999, and by year 2003, they had 250 people who they educated them to go and sell their ideas to the rest of the world. This is very important. That is what Israel is doing and is thriving. And of course, Ireland is doing the same thing with the Shannon Airport miracle in the 80s, and today also with the 26. The second cluster, the space cluster, is Greece being a member of ESA. We are involved in very high technology projects. We are working with industry and academia, and of course the public authorities, and of course Helasat is part of this game, and that is the triple helix. But we have now the space volunteers in Coralia, and this is the quadruple helix. You have to use volunteers, and that's what hackathon is. The volunteers are coming together, and you give them the scope and an idea, and they bring their ideas into being, into a product. Recently, we had a hackathon in space technology where 27 European cities were involved from ESA to build a product, which there was a variety of projects which were involved. Our first prize was a magnetic hand for people with, who cannot speak. And he went to Toulouse, and he was competing with the 27 first in the cities around the world, and he got the third prize. The first prize went to Poland, the second to France, and the third to Greece. This means a lot, because through hackathons, you can open the world of the universities to the idea of entrepreneurship and to the idea of what is important for society. No, I'm sorry. What happened? Does it work? Yeah, okay. Now, the thematic areas in space are aerospace electronics, because also of the microelectronics cluster, materials, robotics, and remote sensing. And remote sensing is very important because nowadays ESA is having this open data, and everybody uses those open data for new applications, and think of fire extinction, of surveillance of the borders, and those are products. Without the open data, they couldn't come into being. And now the gaming cluster is also in the mission to become an international idea, and we have 58 members, 6,000 talented professionals, over 2 billion revenue, because big companies are involved, international companies, and we are having a presence in 190 countries. This is an area where Greece can thrive, because many young people in Greece are going into this gaming business. And you know, we can have the game segment where we have entertainment industry, and we have the visual arts segment where we go to tourism, culture, and education industries. Can you imagine to bring a smart, I would say, game with ancient history or philosophy for the young people around the world in this box, and avoid, I'm sorry to say for my Norwegian friend, but with the monsters of Norway, which are involved in the games today around the world. So we can think of bringing education with philosophy and ancient Greece. Ancient Greece has brand names of tremendous value: Marathon, Olympia, Sparta, and many of them, Alexander the Great, and so on and so forth. Can you create games in that? You can educate the people. Now, coming to a close, I would say that we use Business Innovation Center. This is the one in Patras, where American company, Citrix, Samsung is there, some Greek companies, Dialog is also, and this is the one in Athens. And we are a member of the European Business Innovation Center, and we are the network. We are a member of the network. And of course, the youth entrepreneurship. We go to high schools, Carpe Diem, and we teach the young kids, 15 years of age, how to become entrepreneurs. This is an idea to flourish. We go to universities, we have networking days, career days. We send every year 25 students for 15 days to the great American universities, Stanford, Berkeley, MIT, Georgia Tech, and San Diego, to teach them how the young people are being involved in, I would say, innovation. This is called the very famous Stanford Cafe. And with Eurobank, a private bank, we have created this entrepreneurship program of the egg, where every year, via a very strict competition, 25 small companies are being evolved, and 2 to 4 people. They are based in a building in Syngrou in Athens, and we teach them within the year with mentors how to become entrepreneurs. Now, coming to the hackathons and the involvement, we have an ambassador program with France where we send to aerospace 2 ambassadors. The lady there is from Patras University. The lady here in the Cap Digital is also from Patras University. Patras University has a very good name abroad, and those are ambassadors to, I would say, to European projects and hackathons. The next December, we had already 15 up to now. The one involved in space was the last one. The gaming cluster in December 2016 is the Game Jam in Athens. Then we have the educational trip 2016. We have the hackathon of Young Entrepreneurship Initiative in the Egg project. We have the Fab Space contest in November, I think, May 2017 and November 2018. And I think we have a hackathon for Capsela, November 2017. So we are using hackathon as a major tool for the involvement of young people who are coming for 24, 48, or 72 hours in our buildings. They stay there, and the ideas that are coming out are fantastic. I'm telling you, it's really the tool for involvement of young people in something like that. Now, this is the space cluster again. I can speak for many hours with you. Now, some success stories. We have brought international investment in our companies. Some of our companies were bought by Israeli, American, Swiss, and so on and so forth companies. This is called exit, and this is very important to bring wealth and also involvement in this country. And we have companies getting a lot of money for Greece, which is up to 5 million of venture capital, which is very small for the Silicon Valley projects, but we are striving to reach the Israeli, environment for that. Now, international design centers is my last slide, because we have to attract foreign companies to use our, I would say, brain power in design centers like the one in Citrix here and Dialogue here in Patras, where they use our brain power instead of going with a brain train to Germany or in America to work. So this is something we have to look into very seriously, and I think the governments have to play a major role, and through China in China have designed a memorandum of understanding with the great CAST, which is China Academy for Space Technology, involving 450,000 people. Can you imagine that? They are sending 25 satellites every year, and we want to work with them. And this is, I'm sorry, let me, this is the box. So this is something very important, involvement of the international scene in the local. And open data, hackathons, are the tools for involvement and experience and product development. I think this was my last slide, and I thank you very much. I have to rush for Athens. I'm sorry, but it's, I don't know where I am every day. So thank you very, very much indeed.
Professor Vasilis Makios, when he confirmed his attendance, then what we had designed with Karel and Yorgos Pavlidis about the conference being open data empowering society and entrepreneurship, then I said, okay, now that Vasilis Makios confirmed, we have a good example, not only empowering society and entrepreneurs, but especially providing the platforms and the business support organizations, clustering, and the rest. And I think that now, Runar, you are happy because you gave him space, we had him easily to express himself, but then he promised a partnership between Norway and Greece with more philosophy this time, and not just computer monsters alone. Kelly, I would like to ask all the keynote speakers, thank you, Professor Vasilis Makios, bon voyage. I would like then to ask you to be as much, concise as possible and save time so that we have all possibility to meet you in person and discuss over coffee afterwards. Possibly for our students here that they need ideas, like other ministries arrived here already with ideas what they should do, and give us also the view of the Ministry of Interior. What is the action plan, open data, Greece and Europe? And having now more time for me, then also Mrs. Androusopoulou from the National Institute for Research, General Secretariat, rather. And also Stella Kivelou next to me, that she had to fly directly in from Paris just to honor this invitation that would give us all regional policies, background, open data. Kali?
Yes. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to discuss our open data policies. My name is Kalliopi Angeletopoulou. I'm a lawyer and I work as legal advisor at the Open Data Department of the Ministry of Interior and Administrative Reform. I also take part in the PSI group, the Public Sector Information Group of the European Union. And actually I had the chance and the honor to get involved in the working groups that actually wrote down and published both transposition laws of the public sector information directives of the European Union. The open data policy in Greece, which are the main key points. We are talking about Greece in crisis. Everybody knows that. Yet we think that there is always an opportunity for development. In times of crisis, the need for transparency, openness, and accountability are amplified. This agenda is very critical for the Greek government because we soon came to realize that open government initiatives can assist the government reform, can stimulate innovation and contribute to development and economic growth. Well, we have an open government ecosystem in Greece. In the recent years, the Ministry of Administrative Reform has introduced a mechanism to reconnect citizens with the public administration. There is a set of open government initiatives that aim to recover citizen confidence through the provision of services that promote transparency, stimulate citizen participation, and make public institutions accountable to their actions. Here we can see some good examples and best practices of these initiatives that have to do mainly with open data. There is a community building, Digital Greece 2020, Startup Greece, Labs OpenGov, Illegal Signs, My Greece, Hermes, that provides also with digital signatures all public sector bodies and citizens. Police Online, eThemis, which is a portal with all the legal information online. It is actually under construction because we had some problems from the early beginning, but we are thinking that we are at the end of solving these problems. The transparency program, we have the chance to analyze a little bit the transparency program because we run it from the ministry, and the e-deliberation platform. This is Clarity, this is the transparency program. It provides open data in real time and actually ex ante. It's a law since 2010 enhancing transparency by establishing the obligation to publish laws and other acts of government, administrative and local government institutions on the internet. It is the Diavia project and other provisions. Our flagship in open government initiatives is the Transparency Program, actually. It is beginning 2010 that all government institutions publish their acts and decisions on the internet. Each document is digitally signed and it is assigned a unique internet uploading number. Any act, this is the most important, I tell it as a lawyer, any act is not valid and cannot be executed if it is not published on this platform. It's completely useless, we could say. Advanced search tools provide access to acts that are of interest, but also to questionable acts, and users can, though, report issues of maladministrations with the Transparency Program. 4,000 public authorities entered the program since October 2010, and 20 million acts and decisions have been published in PDF format along with the respective metadata information. However, we could say that the strength of the Transparency Program is not the online publication of the documents. Okay, this is for transparency reasons very important. The strength is the open data service it provides. This service releases data in a dynamic way and makes it available on demand through an API. The program implements an ex-ante approach since each upload decision is published a priori to its execution. First we publish, then we can execute this document, this governmental act, thus forming a continuous stream of dynamic data. Mr. Makios gave me first the chance to focus on the Creative Commons licensing attribution, which is actually the status upon which we can have access to these documents. This type of licensing means, the Creative Commons, that anyone can use, reproduce, or modify this data without any restrictions, except for the obligation to state their source and to explicitly state as different any secondary data derived from the original data. Various applications have been built upon the open data tools of the Transparency Portal. One of the most notable is the linked economy service. It is following. A Web 3.0 application for public spending. Based on the open data of the Transparency Portal, the most significant facts of public spending are visualized, combined with their data sources, but also compared to foreign expenditure. And something really important for open data reuse, for public sector information reuse. First, we need an open licensing system, open data licenses. Then we need, if it is possible, this open data to be diffused without any charge. And the best practice for us, and the first example of not putting any charge at all, was with the Article 7 of the law of the Diavia project, the availability of government gazette issues. Up to then, really high charges were implied to users of open data of the official gazette, no more. And yet, we have a ministerial decision that regulates matters concerning the availability of the C issues of the government gazette in a way that facilitates the search of the content and any other relevant issue. The official gazette is the well-known FEC, το Εθνικό Τυπογραφείο. Then we started to think about how we could possibly add value to PSI. So this is the preferred example of linked economy. Actually, it's an example of open data as linked data. As economy is concerned, you can see how it works. Your Data Stories. An Horizon 2020 project, Your Data Stories, further builds on open financial data from the Transparency Portal combined with the National Strategic Reference Framework Portal to provide innovative tools and services for control authorities, the business community, and citizens. There is also the pilot project Follow Public Money that builds on open financial data from the Transparency Portal and the National Strategic Portal, mainly providing exploitation and enrichment of public money flows and services for personalized repurposing of the available data. But we could say that this approach of PSI reuse was embedded in the transparency program, was a part only of the program design, not a result of a horizontal governmental strategy. Just until recently, access to public sector information was given only following a formal request. It was upon request. So we needed something broader than good examples of existing open government initiatives. This example this chance was given to us with the Open Government Partnership. In November 2013, during the annual summit of Open Government Partnership in London, with 1,000 participants from 108, I think, countries, the Minister of Administrative Reform announced the government commitment to further unlock public sector information in Greece and to actively endorse the principle of open by default. I would say that you should search a little bit, because I think it's quite interesting to find the National Action Plan for e-government through the OGP partnership, 2014-2020, where you can find our commitments as a state to further upload the open data so as to be reused. There are 26 commitments, actually. And since they are commitments, we are very hopeful that it will be a practice as well. So, the key points of this international commitment was to reinforcement of legal framework and infrastructure for open data and reuse of PSI according to this National Action Plan. Because in a ministry, you know, policies have to be absolutely parallel with the results of the science, and of course, the transposing all the data and the relevant acts of the European Union. We couldn't have anything in practice unless we transposed the public sector information regulations through the Public Sector Information Directive of 2013. So actually, by the end of October 2014, and actually long before the deadline that it was put by the European Union, which was in July 2015, we adopted a new legislative initiative as open data, thereby adopting the principle of open by default. This principle, open by default, is not regulated by the European Union. Let's say that it overcomes the necessary regulations set by the European Commission and the Parliament. According to this principle, and with special attention to issues of sensitive personal data, national security, protection of IP rights, etc., government data should be promptly available online in open format and common standards. I think the law is already well known to everybody, I hope. Actually, we're talking about a compulsory uploading of data. And if someone doesn't really understand what compulsory uploading of data means, is that when you have, for example, problems with regions or with municipalities or with the central government because they give no data or you can find no data, you must know that this uploading of data is absolutely compulsory down by law. You can see some of the commitments, but I shall save time to discuss it later a little bit if someone is really interested. Transparent application for employees, appraisals and service evaluation, as well as control methods. Actually, there is, these commitments are 26 and have to do with special issues and special items. And there is a thematic, actually, of this, thematology of this commitment that anyone can search. You can see all of this. Regulatory, for example, commitment 15, regulatory interventions for the management and distribution of open data from the General Secretariat of Public Revenue. It's a very good example. I think we shall manage it. Okay. So, then we have the open data policy according to the Public Sector Law 4305 of 2014. The proposed bill also harmonized national legislation, as we said, with the provisions of the revised Public Sector Information Directive on the reuse of public sector information. And there was, before we adopted all the provisions of the law, a long consultation process, a wide participation that took us 4 months. I don't know if we really did good work, but actually we asked everyone and we evaluated all given answers. According to the new law, all public administrations have to publish an official decision listing and describing all the data sets they keep and also specifying their access status. How do they provide this open data that they keep? To make this happen, we had to determine a solid policy for open data and apply this policy to all levels of the Greek public sector. That's why we find here involved 13 districts, 350 municipalities, public entities, corporations, independent authorities, of course the central government, and 7 regional administrations. And we must recognize this project, Share PSI, because we were not alone in this process. We worked together with other people who are moving to the same direction. A good example is this project, not the only one, which is a European network for the knowledge exchange around implementing open data policies in the public sector. It brings together government departments, standard bodies, academic institutions, commercial organizations, and interest groups to exchange knowledge and examine different aspects of public sector information. Okay, we must admit that Greece was not mature to this initiative. That's why our participation to the Share PSI project helped us a lot to understand with concrete examples and good practices how other countries implement such policies. And now we shall specify a little bit at our recipe in diffusing open data policy, which is, first of all, legislation, tools, technology, and culture that needs to be changed. It's the law, the Public Sector Information Law of the 2014, with the principle open by default, which means that as long as you have this data is open. And this is compulsory for all public sector bodies. And what does it mean compulsory? It means that they make a decision, they say what they have, what they keep, how do they provide this data, and then they are obliged to upload this open data to the data.gov.gr, which is the national portal of all open data, centralized to one portal. Actually, we thought of 2 main key points, which was the first question, what am I publishing? Why do I publish this as a public sector body? And then how can I structure it so it can be reused? Of course, all these amplifies cooperation with public authorities, NGOs, and non-profit organizations. The Hellenic Data Protection Authority, which sometimes, I think it's a very good point that we have a very close cooperation with the Hellenic Data Protection Authority, because there are two involvements here, the open data policy and the personal data protection, which are controversial most of the times. Actually, if any authority, that's a key point because I am a lawyer and I really want to diffuse all rights derived from the law. If any authority does not publish this information, as it is obliged by the law, all data sets maintained by this authority are considered as open, so there cannot be any restrictions and no charges. This is something about the entrepreneurship very important, because sometimes we know the answer is no by the public authority. Although it is compulsory, yet, yes, we have the right to demand the open data and have it in the format that it is kept without any restrictions at all. And all this is compulsory and provisioned by the law. The consultation process helped us with the outcome of 2 policy papers. And there we describe our open data policy in Greece upon the law and furthermore after the law and the implementation of it. Actually, the open public deliberation on OGP action plan and the open by default initiative, it is through May 2014, earlier before the law, and you can find it in the platform. As well, the open public deliberation on the bill since June 2014 at this link opengov.gr. Some key characteristics of the initiative as a whole: the public administrations publish a list of data sets, not really the documents by themselves, because the documents more of the times are not really useful as long as their metadata are very useful. So actually we are talking about data sets. And if there are or there have to be any restrictions or charges applied, they must tell it at these decisions. If there are no charges at the decisions, with a transparent system, as you see, the public authorities cannot put any restrictions afterwards or any charges. If they do not publish their decisions, as I said, all data sets are considered open and free of charge. They missed the chance to put any restrictions, so anyone that asks for this data, he can have only a positive answer and the diffusion of open data. There is a control mechanism to check compliance with the law provisions. Actually, it's the inspectors, controllers, body for a public administration. And actually, it is the general inspector of the public administration by himself, which means that we could have here a request against a public authority that doesn't provide open data as open data, although it is described by law. Actually, we have involved as the actors of recording, evaluating, and categorizing the data sets and the data in general, the transparency project teams. They are actually people that have already worked in this area, and they know very well how to diffuse the open data in practice in all ministries. And actually they issue and publish the decision online. So if you really need the open data from a public authority, you should search for this is decision online, and where you can find it at the transparency portal, of course, at the data.gov.gr, which is the national open data portal, and the website of the public administration, the relevant. Here is the data.gov.gr, which is actually our national portal of open data. Since, I think, 2013, it started as a pilot program. Now we already maintain more than 2,000 data sets available in open format. Actually the goal was to consolidate all sources of public information available on a single website, and to provide also a mechanism for the citizens to pinpoint and vote for data sets that are value to them, but not yet publicly available, so as to promote all this initiative in diffusing open data and have it available online. Citizens' proposals are forwarded to the competent public bodies, and the relevant data sets are published with priority. Something about the technology factor, which is really very important. Up to that point, the available public data sets were scattered, as we said, in different public websites. Actually, you could find them, but you couldn't find them. I mean, if we think that it is a best practice all over the world to have all important data centralized so as in order to facilitate actually the access to this open data. And in various formats, actually not readable, not machine readable. Everything in data.gov.gr is machine readable, all the data sets, and of course without any charges at all. Our goal was to create a new set of services and delivery models and open data through a centralized public repository. And I think it goes very well. So, the last but not least is the culture, because the management of data sets on data.gov.gr is already undertaken by public bodies. The line, we would admit that legislation, IT platforms and codes are very good, but need to be matched with a culture that supports the presumption to release data. Here, I have to mention our very big tool in culture of changing the culture, actually, the culture of the public servants in order to make them understand how important it is to facilitate the open data provision. And I cannot help mentioning the National Center of Public Administration, which is educational and training activities for public servants. Actually introduces all educational and training activities for public servants. You can see the site. You can see that there is a repository there with all the staff and the educational material as open data in different categories. And actually there is a very big repository with all public sector bodies' acts and studies upon their policies. Since we are in MEDHackathon, we must say, okay, there is no use to wait for this provision of the law. I'm talking about a provision of the law, of the Public Sector Information Transposition Law, that speaks about an annual open public data hackathon. Actually, we haven't made the decision, the ministerial decision yet, but we recognize this need and we put it on the law. So it is described by law, the annual open public data hackathon, which is going to follow in the following months, which is going to follow in a couple of months, I think. And actually, according to this law, we have recognized we could say, the need to have an annual excellence award for public sector bodies, to stimulate them, give their open data as open data with readable machine formats to everybody. There you can see some examples of best practices of hackathons. And we could say as well that working together with the ACDG Connect project Open Data Support, we organized workshops for public servants aiming to build the capacity for the uptake of linked open data technologies allied with the national, with the EKDD, as said before. We could say that we have a long way to go in opening up all essential public sector data, but I think, and we must admit, most of us, that recently we have made a very big process and actually progress in increasing the releasing critical high-value data sets. Actually, we focus, as a ministry, we focus very much on this data.gov.gr national portal, and day by day we need and we ask for the help of public authorities, all public administrations, to release data on this national data.gov national portal of open data, so as to have more and more data provided to people. And of course, this is actually another flagship of the ministry. We should bear in mind that the human mind is like a parachute. It works only when it is open. And this is our target, to make it as open as possible, especially when public servants are concerned. And thank you very much for your attention. You can find us, and actually we can answer to any questions concerning the law or the policies that actually the ministry has in mind to follow in a couple of months. Thank you.
It was very nice to have you with us. Just consider that you are not only top-down from the ministry, horizontally, and so now here you are also bottom-up. So you have all your polytechnic schools with the initiative of the computer engineering school in Patras to count upon the resource. All our students are there in this respect. Civil society is already on your side, and definitely at least 5 countries are here to start exchanging and cooperating actively on all that levels. Vaso, the floor is now for you. The General Secretariat of Research is now to make its presentation. Vaso Andrizopoulou.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Εκπροσωπώντας το Εθνικό Κέντρο Τεκμηρίωσης, που είναι ο ερευνητικός φορέας με θεσμικό ρόλο την συλλογή και διάθεση έγκριτου ψηφιακού και μη περιεχομένου, καταλαβαίνετε ότι τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα είναι πλέον μονόδρομος. Δεν θα θέλω να σας κουράσω κι εγώ περισσότερο τι είναι τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα και για ποιο λόγο πρέπει να τα χρησιμοποιούμε, πέρα του ότι ενισχύουν την καινοτομία και την ανοιχτή επιχειρηματικότητα. Και γιατί η ανοιχτότητα επιτρέπει την περαιτέρω χρήση των δεδομένων και τη διαλειτουργικότητά τους. Θα σταθώ 2 λεπτά στις προσπάθειες που έχουν γίνει από τις τελευταίες κυβερνήσεις για τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα στην Ελλάδα, καθώς και διάφορα εργαλεία και δράσεις υποστήριξης για τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα, με milestone βέβαια την νομοθεσία του 2014, που έθεσε το Open by Default, την αρχή της εξορισμού ανοιχτής διάθεσης και περαιτέρω χρήση της δημόσιας πληροφορίας, καθώς και τη σύσταση του Μητρώου Ανοιχτών Δεδομένων του Δημοσίου. Το Εθνικό Κέντρο Τεκμηρίωσης αποτελεί ένα δυναμικό οικοσύστημα ανθρώπινων δικτύων, τεχνολογιών και υπηρεσιών προστιθέμενης αξίας και παρέχει ένα πλέγμα ηλεκτρονικών πλέον υπηρεσιών για την υποστήριξη της έρευνας, της καινοτομίας και της εξωστρέφειας του κεφαλαίου γνώσης της χώρας, μέσω ψηφιακών βιβλιοθηκών, υπηρεσιών επιστημονικής πληροφόρησης, ηλεκτρονικών αποθετηρίων και περιοδικών ανοιχτής πρόσβασης, και υποστηρίζει πάντα την ελληνική έρευνα στο διεθνές περιβάλλον και την πρόθεση της καινοτομίας και της επιχειρηματικότητας, ενώ είναι ο πρώτος φορέας στην Ελλάδα που εισάγει το crowdsourcing σε επιχειρησιακές διαδικασίες. Τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουν γίνει πάρα πολύ μεγάλες προσπάθειες να προωθηθούν τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα επιστήμης και πολιτισμού και η επανάχρησή τους. Και γι' αυτό το σκοπό έχουν υπογραφεί άνω των 100 πλαισίων συνεργασίας με διάφορους φορείς του δημοσίου και του ευρύτερου δημοσίου τομέα, με στόχο πάντα τη διάθεση ανοιχτών δεδομένων και όπως αλλιώς το ονομάζουμε και open link data και datasets απλών για τη χρήση από τους μαθητές μέχρι την επιχειρηματική κοινότητα της χώρας. Τα ωφέλη για τους φορείς νομίζω είναι κατανοητά για όλους, ότι αυξάνεται η επισκεψιμότητα, αυξάνεται η αναγνωρισιμότητά τους, προκύπτουν νέες αξιόλογες χρήσεις της έγκριτης πληροφορίας που παρέχουν, ενισχύεται η δική τους τεχνογνωσία αναφορικά με τις ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες που πλέον χρησιμοποιούνται, καθώς και ο δημόσιος ρόλος τους, περισσότερο των μουσείων, των βιβλιοθηκών και των αρχείων που ήταν λίγο κρυμμένες από την τεχνολογία. Τώρα για τον πολίτη, πολύ συνοπτικά, προάγεται η περαιτέρω η γνώση επιστημονική ή μη, βελτιώνονται και εμπλουτίζονται τα δεδομένα, επιτυγχάνεται βεβαίως η διαφάνεια και η δημοκρατικότητα στην πληροφόρηση, δημιουργούνται νέες υπηρεσίες και βελτιώνεται και αυξάνεται η εμπειρία του χρήστη. Στην τελευταία προγραμματική περίοδο, το Εθνικό Κέντρο Τεκμηρίωσης υλοποίησε την πλατφόρμα υπηρεσιών παροχής υπηρεσιών SaaS, το γνωστό Software as a Service, που είχε ως σκοπό τη δημιουργία μιας σειράς υποδομών και υπηρεσιών για την οργανωμένη διάθεση ανοιχτού περιεχομένου. Κύριες υπηρεσίες που διατίθενται πλέον σε όλους τους φορείς είναι τα SaaS αποθετήρια, που είναι ψηφιακές πλατφόρμες για περιεχόμενο επιστήμης και πολιτισμού, καθώς και το SaaS OpenAvect, που είναι ολοκληρωμένη υπηρεσία διαχείρισης καταλόγου και λειτουργιών βιβλιοθήκης. Όλα αυτά βέβαια μέσω των υπηρεσιών validation, preservation και aggregation, με σκοπό πάντα τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα και τη διάθεσή τους. Είναι σημαντικό να αναφερθούμε στο πόσο σημαντικές είναι οι υπηρεσίες πιστοποίησης, διασφάλισης και ευρείας διάθεσης του ανοιχτού περιεχομένου, γιατί μόνο έτσι θα μπορέσει να διασφαλιστεί η δημόσια επένδυση, να γίνεται έλεγχος της ποιότητας τόσο των μεταδεδομένων όσο και των ψηφιακών αρχείων που δίνουν οι φορείς, να αυξηθεί η διαφάνεια και η κοινοφέλεια και να μπορούμε να προστατέψουμε την ψηφιακή μας κληρονομιά. Για το σκοπό αυτό, λοιπόν, υλοποιήθηκε η υπηρεσία προιστοποίησης προδιαγραφών διαλειτουργικότητας, όπως το ονομάζουμε, περιεχομένου, η οποία εξασφαλίζει ότι τα δεδομένα ενός φορέα μπορούν να διατεθούν ανοιχτά. Ελέγχεται δηλαδή και πιστοποιείται η συμμόρφωση με διεθνή αναγνωρίσιμα πρότυπα και προδιαγραφές, τα δεδομένα και τα ψηφιακά αρχεία των φορέων μέσω της χρήσης μόνιμων προσδιοριστών handler, της χρήσης θησαυρών και εγγραφών καθιερωμένου τύπου και φυσικά ελέγχεται και η ποιότητα των ψηφιακών αρχείων. Εδώ, σε αυτή τη διαφάνεια, έχουμε προσπαθήσει να συμπυκνώσουμε όλες μας τις υπηρεσίες από την παραγωγή του ψηφιακού αρχείου μέχρι και την τελική του διάθεση μέσω διάφορων πλατφορμών με τις οποίες συνεργαζόμαστε και νομίζω η πιο γνωστή σε όλους σας είναι η Europeana, καθώς και το Open Archives. Και είναι το ταξίδι της πληροφορίας, όπως το ονομάζουμε, από τη δημιουργία μέχρι και τη διάθεση. Ποια είναι τώρα τα πλεονεκτήματα του πιστοποιημένου περιεχομένου? Η online διάθεση ενός συνόλου μεταδεδομένων ως ανοιχτά δημόσια δεδομένα σε επίπεδα ιδιαίτερα κατάλληλα για ανάπτυξη εφαρμογών από τρίτους, η αποδοχή αυτού του υλικού από διαδικτυακές πύλες συλλογής περιεχομένου, η αυξημένη ευρεσιμότητά του από χρήστες, καθώς και η χρήση προτύπων ευνοεί τη διαχείριση της πληροφορίας από τις μηχανές αναζήτησης, η δυνατότητα για βασικές υπηρεσίες ενιαίας πλοήγησης και οπτικοποίησης και η μακροχρόνια διαφύλαξη των μεταδεδομένων και των ψηφιακών αρχείων και ευκολότερη διαχείριση του περιεχομένου από τους ίδιους τους φορείς. Για να μπορέσουμε να διαθέσουμε το πιστοποιημένο αυτό περιεχόμενο που μας έδωσαν όλοι οι φορείς, αναπτύχθηκε λοιπόν η υπηρεσία ενιαίας αναζήτησης, η οποία συσσωρεύει και διαθέτει κεντρικά όλο το ανοιχτό ψηφιακό περιεχόμενο των φορέων που έχουμε συμμετάσχει στο έργο μας. Η ενιαία αναζήτηση προσφέρει ένα κεντρικό σημείο πρόσβασης στο ψηφιακό περιεχόμενο, εξασφαλίζει τη διεθνή προβολή του, αναδεικνύει το πρωτότυπο περιεχόμενο των παρόχων και όλα αυτά τα πλεονεκτήματα που έχει, να μην σας κουράζω περισσότερο, Τα χαρακτηριστικά του είναι, θεωρώ, σήμερα πιο σημαντικά, τα οποία είναι μια δημόσια ανοιχτή διαδικτυακή πύλη, μέσω της οποίας διατίθεται περιεχόμενο ως ανοιχτά διασυνδεδεμένα δεδομένα, open linked data. Αυτό νομίζω ότι είναι και το πιο σημαντικό, όπως και το ότι είναι δίγλωσσα. Και βέβαια είναι ένα φιλικό διαχειριστικό περιβάλλον για την εύκολη εισαγωγή περιεχομένου. Οι δύο υπηρεσίες που σας ανέφερα πριν είχαν και οι δύο σκοπό να διαθέτουν ανοιχτά δημόσια δεδομένα. Μέχρι στιγμής έχουν υλοποιηθεί 11 αποθετήρια που δίνουν ανοιχτά δεδομένα, καθώς και 8 κατάλογοι βιβλιοθηκών σε OpenAvect. Μία πρόσθετη πλατφόρμα που δημιουργήθηκε στο πλαίσιο της προηγούμενης προγραμματικής περίοδου ήταν επίσης το Crowd Collect, που είναι μια πλατφόρμα mobile crowdsourcing. Υλοποιήθηκε από έναν ανάδοχο, την εταιρεία Crowd Policy, και είναι η πρώτη ηλεκτρονική πλατφόρμα crowdsourcing, εξωστρέφειας και διαδραστικότητας, η οποία εφαρμόζεται σε ένα πλούτο πληροφοριών και δεδομένων από βιβλιοθήκες, μουσεία και αποθετήρια έρευνας, ενώ παρέχει περιεχόμενο και αναζητήσει σε ένα σύνολο αποθετηρίων που φιλοξενούνται από το Εθνικό Κέντρο Τεκμηρίωσης, που είναι άνω των 150. Τέλος, η τελευταία υπηρεσία που υλοποιήσαμε και δόθηκε πρόσφατα στο ευρύ κοινό είναι το Open Data. Είναι μια πλατφόρμα δημιουργική για μίξη συνόλων δεδομένων. Εδώ διατίθενται πλέον μόνο datasets, τα οποία έχουν προέλθει αφού έχει γίνει validation, aggregation, validation και preservation των δεδομένων και των μεταδεδομένων τους. Και ευελπιστούμε στο μέλλον να ενταχθούν και ακόμα περισσότεροι φορείς και να προσθέσουν τα δικά τους datasets ανοιχτά μέσω της υποδομής του ΕΚΤ. Θα ήθελα να κλείσω τονίζοντας τη σημαντικότητα ενός ανοιχτού οικοσυστήματος και το πώς μπορεί η καινοτομία να εκολαφθεί μέσα από αυτό το ανοιχτό οικοσύστημα. Η ελεύθερη διάθεση των δεδομένων κινητοποιεί τα στελέχη τόσο του δημοσίου, των φορέων, αλλά και των επιχειρήσεων για την αξιοποίησή τους. Δημιουργεί εφαρμογές, συστήματα και μελέτες και μεθοδολογίες. Δίνονται νέες εφαρμογές και πολλές νέες επιχειρήσεις και μέσα από το Enterprise Europe Network που είναι εταίρος στο ΕΚΤ, δημιουργούν νέες επιχειρήσεις και αναπτύσσονται καινούρια APIs, καινούρια δεδομένα, καινούρια μεταδεδομένα και δημιουργείται γνώση και καλές πρακτικές. Αυτά είχα εγώ να σας παρουσιάσω από το Εθνικό Τεκμηρίωση.
Okay, Maro, thank you very much. You promise and Georgia that we are going to have at least a presentation in English so that we can share it, and especially because it's very important, they have very great involvement in European projects so that we can work with you. Now, what is regional policies, ESPON, open data, and how this is empowering society, how this is empowering entrepreneurship? We know that structural funds are big amounts of money available for the development of the different regions. Stella, what is the experience in this respect? Somebody to help? Yanni, Yorgo, Stella,
well, I would like to, excuse me,
have her
I would like to have
presentation.
Your contribution to put my new PowerPoint.
I would like also to ask Mr. Himonidis to come closer, so to pass him the floor. And only after that, we are going for a light lunch and coffee in order to conclude with the thematic sessions like we have discussed. So, Mr. Himonidis, you are the next speaker, and Stella facilitated is already on its way to make our presentation. I take this opportunity to speak a little bit about ERFC. This is European Regional Framework for Cooperation, established by simple people that we had different experiences in government, in business, and so on, and we understood that it is civil society really that is so much knowledgeable nowadays that they have to take initiative in order to establish themselves as an organization recognizable enough to be a partner of the university today hosting this here, or to be a partner in Czech, Italy, Norway, and other enterprises around the world that we can gain ground for the benefit of the citizens. So, Stella?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be with you, and I'm honored to be here, and thank very much Nicholas Petropoulos, the president of the RFC, to have invited me. I'm associate professor at the University of Social and Political Sciences, the Department of Economics and Regional Development. And as Pantheon University, we are the ESPON contact point. We were for the previous period, because now there is no ESPON contact point. We're ESPON contact point. Perhaps you know ESPON. ESPON is the Special Planning Observation Network, the European Special Planning Observation Network. I will try to present you today, how can I, yes, okay. I would like to present you today some issues about mainly the ESPON tools, tools that have been developed by ESPON and concern mainly data, indicators, and mapping, and interlinkages between them. The mission of the ESPON 2013 program is to support policy development in relation to the aim of territorial cohesion and the harmonious development of the European territory by both providing comparable information, evidence, analysis, and scenarios on territorial dynamics, and revealing territorial capital and potentials for development of regions and larger territories, contributing to European competitiveness, territorial cooperation, and the sustainable and balanced development. ESPON was, for the two periods, 2000-2006 and 2007-2013 program periods, was a program, a little small budget, let's say, program in the European territorial cooperation line. But now, ESPON has changed. For the period 2014-2020, ESPON has become an EGTC, a European grouping of territorial cooperation. Perhaps you know this institution, European institution that can have directly funding by the DG Regio. This is, unfortunately, I would say, an alliance, coalition between the Belgian regions and the state of Luxembourg. So all the other countries are represented, but are only represented in a political committee that is a monitoring committee, and there are some fewer now ESPON contact points. There are different schemes of service contracts and so on. In general, there is a concentration and if you like, they have neglected the national state, the national level, if you like. So it's a different scheme now. Anyway, what has been already produced by ESPON is very important for European territory and for challenges and trends and dynamics of European territory. So we have already a treasure, the ESPON tools for analysis and policy making that have been developed. It is a series of practical tools to support and simplify the use and analysis of the data and maps provided by the projects, and thus facilitate the use of territorial evidence by policymakers and researchers. what I have to stress your attention to the fact that ESPON is not only for researchers. It has mainly policy implications and is addressing mainly, if you like, to policymakers. In ESPON, we are always speaking about cities and regions and cities. if the states will disappear, no problem for ESPON. ESPON is working mainly for territorial capital, for for regions and cities. I repeat, and this is very important. The tools developed by ESPON support the preparation of territorial policy strategies and planning processes and disseminate the data collected and other findings from the ESPON projects. That is, there are ESPON projects elaborated by transnational project groups, like your group, research groups, and all this data has been integrated in these tools, mainly maps, data, indicators, etc. So they have collected all these findings from the ESPON projects that concern the urban space, urban agglomerations, the rural space, climate change issues, migration, whatever you can imagine that has to do with the European territory, accessibility issues. I was wondering about the accessibility of Patras now with this situation of the road. You have seen, perhaps, that has, on my opinion, worsened, has influenced very negatively. It is very important to have the accessibility, an easy accessibility. And now I think competitiveness of Patras is really affected by this problem of the main road, Athens-Patras. This enables policymakers and practitioners to position their region in a wider territorial context, compare their regional data, and understand European policies that might impact territorial development. You should remember very briefly and very schematically that there are three categories of ESPON tools. First of all, the databases and statistics. Second, the analytical tools, mainly for researchers. And third, the monitoring tools. Here you can see an overview of the ESPON tools. You should also know that everything is open. Everything is accessible via the website, the ESPON website. That is www.espon.eu. You can there watch videos about the tools, access the tools, have whatever. It is really adapted to the philosophy of the Inspire Directive. It is an open data, open information to public for public purposes. Because, as you understand, the spatial planning is not, for the moment at least, is public. Let's say that it is a competence of the states that can have the veto on this. That is, there is no competence, European competence, but with all this work of ESPON and territorial cohesion, there is, I think, a creation of a European competence, let's say, but not formally, about spatial planning in Europe. Of course, there is private sector, and ESPON helps with all these tools, private sector, to decide about investing and so on, comparing, for example, benchmarking cities and according to different parameters and different indicators, etc. So you can see here very briefly, because I understand that you are tired, and my colleagues from the ministries that with these encouraging, let's say, presentations do not give me the opportunity to be more analytical. It is the ESPON database. It's a category, first category. ESPON Data Navigator, ESPON Map Finder, Online Mapping Tool, HyperAtlas, OLAP Cube, the Functional Indicators Tool, the Urban Benchmarking Tool, and the ESPON TIA tool. TIA means Territorial Impact Assessment, that assesses the impact of policies, of European policies and legislation ex ante, okay, before their implementation. Well, these are the tools. I can discuss about one by one what it is, etc. I know that we don't have now the time, and I will send you to visit the ESPON website and the ESPON publications, and to find more information about that. Mainly it is, as I told you, you understand, a collection of data and indicators from the ESPON projects within this, and it is also for example, the ESPON database is always updated with new functionalities, with new users, with new, it's a dynamic situation and not a frozen tool. So the analytical tools also, the remap that combines, if you like, the mapping and the data, and you can use, indicate your, for example, for your region, for your area, for your city, and take from the ESPON database tools, indicators, and express in geographical terms, the HyperAtlas, the TIA tool, and the functional indication tools. So they're really interesting, but I think that there is no time. The ESPON HyperAtlas, the functional indicators tool, sorry. I would like to go there. The ESPON Urban Benchmarking Web Tool. Why? Why this? I will be here much more detailed, say, because it is a web tool. And on my opinion, because I can, you understand, I can judge all the, I have been in ESPON since 2006, 2002. I think that it is the modern, let's say, tool. The City Bench web tool. European cities can be compared on a selected number of indicators using the City Bench web tool. It is web-based. And the City Bench supports private urban investors, public policymakers, researchers, and students to benchmark one city against other cities regarding demography, economy, and environment. The tool provides a first scan of urban functions, comparing European cities, visualized in maps and graphs. The first scan provided by the City Bench tool can be used in a further and deeper analysis, comparing cities. ESPON, this has been developed by ESPON in cooperation with the European Investment Bank and Eurostat also. And they have developed this tool to analyze which cities are close to each other according to one or more parameters, and to quick check urban conditions for attracting investors and boost the development of the cities. A similar publicly available tool has not existed before. That's why I'm explaining you about that. Comparisons can be made up to 4 cities on the basis of pre-selected territorial indicators. I think that it is also important because these indicators are based on big data and being derived from social media data, harvesting, integrating open data from Twitter, which has been geo-referenced, etc. So you understand, it uses Twitter, Facebook, and geo-referenced social media. This is, in my opinion, very important, and this is the most modern tool. That, of course, depends from all the others. There are synergies among open source databases and so on. It's a collaborator of mine that helped me to put many slides, but this morning I was decisively chosen. I chosen decisively some slides to show you, and I would like to present you also a project developed by our university, by my lab at the University Pantheon of Athens. That could be perhaps a good idea to link with the SDI app, etc., the app that you develop. It is the ESPON Train virtual learning environment, because we are a university. It has been planned, designed, and implemented by Pantheon University. And what is it? It's a virtual learning environment that is providing e-learning-based teaching of ESPON knowledge. Okay, there is ESPON knowledge, there are publications like that, there are reports like that, yes, but we, first, the Greeks at Pantheon University, decided and proposed this action, that it was not a call, there was a call about, in general, transnational networking activities. And we proposed a informatization, let's say, of ESPON, digitalization of ESPON. It was the first time that a digitalization of ESPON knowledge was proposed, and it was by the Greeks together with 10 other partners. You see there with 10 ECP, ESPON contact point project partners. The ESPON knowledge becomes operational in a coordinated and transnational way for practical use at regional and local level. And we have already addressed, and we have target groups that have worked together in the regions and in the universities, that is both for researchers, different courses for researchers and for regional staff and practitioners in general. Disseminates ESPON knowledge articulated in 6 major thematic packages, as I told you before, about urban agglomerations, about rural space, about migration, about energy and climate change, and so on, by transforming it into educational and training material through a virtual learning environment, a Moodle, you understand, a Moodle platform, enriched with multimedia and online opportunities and the ESPON tools. Targets postgraduate students and policymakers within the national environments, thus creating multipliers. This was the idea, okay, we have invested in ESPON, okay, but this remains between few, let's say, people, the ESPON family, you will see at the end. We would like to create multipliers for the diffusion of ESPON concepts, findings, and results. The ESPON train, which was exactly the establishment of a transnational ESPON training program to stimulate interest to ESPON 2013 knowledge, achieved. The main aim was to make operational in a coordinated transnational way and to transform incomprehensible, because it is not so comprehensible, all these reports, you understand, very difficult to understand, comprehensible the educational and training material, nevertheless maintaining its scientific soundness. A perspective of further development on, and this is my opinion, and this goes to you and to your collaborators, is that we could enrich this virtual learning environment. The intellectual property of this platform belongs to both ESPON and Pantheon University, just a note, with ESPON tools, and make it comply with the inspired philosophy. In other words, contribute to the ESPON intention to interlink. There is really this intention now to interlink the tools, because our tools, okay, developed, but to interlink the tools and develop web services which conforms the Inspire Directive to better facilitate public access to spatial information across Europe. So thank you very much for your attention. This is the ESPON family. You can see in the center the really dynamic and very strong man, Peter Melby, that is the director, was the director from the Danish presidency in 2002 until today. And from today on, we have a woman director that comes from Latvia, from a planning department. And as you know very well, these countries are very well developed in all ICT issues. And I think with the new director, we can work together efficiently and cross fingers. Thank you very much.
Stella, thank you. Thank you also on our behalf. For us, it is very important to realize the wealth of information and data that we have at pan-European level through ESPON. And it's also very important for us to know that you are there always on a short call basis to support us, especially if our engineering department here, computer engineering department here, and the other polytechnic schools in Greece would like to use and have to use this type of information. Now, concluding, just a view of the private sector, because so far we heard the ministries, we heard the General Secretariat for Research, we heard Stella talking about the ESPON, but we thought it's a good idea to have a first view of public sector in very, very few words, Mr. Chimonidis, because we are starving for coffee and for communication bilaterally now.
So, good morning. Thanks, first of all, Mr. Patras, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with all the students and all the participants of the hackathon. My name is George Chimonidis. I work at Performance Technologies. It's a Greek ICT solutions company. We specialize in IT infrastructure projects, in information technology management software, in backup and continuity solutions. We partner with all major vendors like HP, IBM, Microsoft, Citrix, that provide the hardware, the software, the solutions that we implement in our customer base, which basically are the biggest financial sector customers like banks, telcos, other big organizations in Greece and also abroad. I'm also an electrical engineer. I graduated from NTUA in 2008. And I'm going to talk to you today something related to big data, something related with analytics, and also related with mobile applications. So we hear that we want to invent the next big thing, the next mobile app that will be popular and that will solve somebody's problem and that will utilize some data, some open data perhaps. What is very important and what is the main subject of this presentation / demo, because I'm mostly going to demo, so no more PowerPoint for this section. It's just the title slide, is how can we measure the real user experience after we develop or while we're developing a mobile application. And why user experience is so important, because we understood from the previous presentations that content is very important. Having available open data to build applications is extremely important, but user experience, especially in mobile application development, is crucial. And it's crucial because research has shown that if a user downloads an application and it doesn't perform as he expects, it crashes or it performs slowly or is not responsive enough, the user will abandon the application, the user will delete the application or will never use it again. And we don't want to do this. So we want to build an application that both in terms of content and in terms of user experience is according and beyond the user's expectations. So, what I'm going to show you now is how, using a tool, a commercial tool in this case from Hewlett-Packard, but there are similar other tools available in the market that you can find, how we can measure what we call FunDex. FunDex is an abbreviation for Fun Index, meaning how much fun our users have when they use our application. And the aim is to have this metric here as close to 100 as possible. So 100 is the ideal, and we lose points because of three basic factors. First of all is the performance of the user interface. The second is the stability of our application. Stability basically means crashes or errors. And the third is how much resources it consumes in terms of battery life and cellular data. So it has been seen from research, from tests with real users, that these three factors are the ones that affect the user experience. For example, in this case, I can see that my application has an average FunDex of 82 over the last 24 hours. And I can see that I am losing 4 points because of performance, of bad or slow performance. I'm losing 12 points because of stability. I'm losing 2 points because of bad resource consumption. And I have the ability to drill down into each of these factors and to see more details. Like, for example, for performance, I can drill down and I can see that, okay, this is the average response time. This is the percentage of user actions taking more than a specified threshold. And these are all the actions, the slowest actions, basically, that I can sort them by response time. And I can see that, for example, in this screen in my mobile app, when I am tapping the transfer button, I have this delay, and this affects these many users and stuff like that. And also, I can drill down even to this action, and I can see what is causing this delay. So I have a way to understand why and the specifics of this specific delay. Also, I can see for this specific hit the application version that the user was using, the version of the operating system, the device that he had, whether it was connecting to the internet or not. So if some actions are associated with some HTTP requests, I can see also the HTTP requests that, that contributed to this delay. And also, I can drill down per operating system. This is very important because usually we're developing applications for multiple operating systems. This specific example is for Android, but I can see all the different operating systems that my actual users have. So this is real user data. This is not fictionary. It's real user data from my whole user base. I can see, for example, that the slowest response times come from Android 4.4.2, and I can drag and drop this circle on the right, and I can actually see the actual devices that the users used. And I can also pinpoint a specific device or a specific model that seems to be more slow performing, and I can choose whether I want to test it on this kind of device, whether I can improve something so that it performs better. Second factor is stability. Stability also affects my FunDex. I'm losing points if I have crashes. I'm losing points if I have errors. So for example, for crashes, I can see that there are some actions with many crashes, and I can see that they happen at this specific screen, at this specific action. I can drill down. This is very useful while I am debugging my application to try to bring it in a stable state. I can see the crash log. So this is very useful for a developer because however good he tries to test it beforehand, it's for certain that some errors will be caught only by the real users. So this helps us when a user crashes to get this information, to get the crash log, and to go and fix this issue because we have the complete stack trace of the error. We can also see the user journey. So what steps the user followed from the beginning of the launch of the application until the application crashed. And this helps us reproduce the problem while we are trying to find the root cause and solve the problem. And again, we can see the actions with more errors, if there are crashes upon application launch and stuff like that. A third factor affecting the Fundex, as we said in the beginning, was resource consumption, battery, and cellular data that the application consumes. Again, if a user sees that an application is eating his battery, he will most probably not use it or remove it after some time. So again, here we can drill down per operating system, per device, and also can see which actions, for example, are consuming the most data. So if I have some heavy data actions, I can see why they consume so much data and go and improve it. Also the domains that I'm retrieving data from, again, per application version. So I'm launching a new version. I see that the new version underperforms. I can roll back to the previous version and stuff like that. Some other thing that is useful, it has to do with user analytics. It's not so much about performance. It gives me the ability to see what are the most frequent user journeys in my application. So what are the users doing while they are using my app? What is their first step? What is their second step? How they go from one step to the other and stuff like that. When they exit the application, this is very important. So with orange here, you can see the percentage of users exiting the application. So this is important because I can design my application in such a way that it becomes more engaging to the end user. So they stay more and they go where I want them to go so that I have more conversions if I am a retailer. I have more ads displayed if I am getting money from ads and stuff like that. So this is very important. It doesn't have to do with performance, but it has to do with user behavior and analytics. And also, oops. Yeah, seems that we have slow connection for some reason. The last thing that I wanted to show is some kind of map, but seems like the internet has betrayed me and I cannot show it. Anyway, so the last slide was about, the last thing that I wanted to show was about understanding the location of the users. So for this, I'm going to show one slide as a backup because of losing internet connection. So I can see in a map where my users are per country, per city, the availability and the performance of my application on the map. So I can fix some issues that my users are facing when accessing my applications from another country because of slow internet connections or whatever. So this gives us also an indication where are my end users, where are the users that I'm using my application. So that's all from me. If anybody wants to discuss more detail, I will be available after the presentation, so feel free to come by and discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Audience, please take now the chance to have your coffee and your sandwich. And let's say in 15, 20 minutes, to convene back because it's a hot day and most of, at least the international visitors, would like to have some time at the sea as well. So thank you very much. See you in 20 minutes maximum. So I hope that you had the opportunity to meet each other basically. If you felt that there is more need for contact and so on, please don't hesitate, just go directly to each other to make sure that you have the contact. And here now starts the thematic sessions. This is transport, tourism, and culture. And Dionysis, we wrote Dimitris here. Dionysis, then Grigoropoulos, the Association of Logistics is on the floor. Are you ready?
Yes.
Very good. Dionysis?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Petropoulos and the whole organization about the invitation here to have a talk. Sorry about the presentation is moving by itself. It's like a logistics, I think. To speak a little things about a very, very important sector like logistics and supply chain. I'm coming from Athens. I have worked several years from 1992 in the commercial sector, and the last 15 years I'm in the sector of logistics. And from 2009, we have a company named Logistics Way, which is based work on the operation consulting, on software, and we deal in a little bit about products, making products for outside from our country. So I will start the presentation starting by themselves. I think it's very important to discuss and see the meaning of Internet of Things in the supply chain. So you see that in 2020, which will be the Internet situation, the app situation all over the world. So the numbers are huge. What is Internet of Things? Is the intelligent connectivity of physical devices driving machine gains and efficiency, business growth, and quality of life. I think we heard all the day about that, so we move on. I don't know if anyone knows that the Internet of Things came up, let's say, in 1982. I don't know if you know that. It's a very old, like, I can say, like the RFID. RFID technology, it's technology that started from 1970s. So it's very important to see that someone in 1982 became thinking about what we speak now, that we want to implement and work with it. Now, the relation of things are, of course, people, data, of course, but a very, very important is the process. Let's say the processes. Processes, it's the main, let's say, word of logistics. If you don't have processes, you don't have anything. Very few companies here in Greece, 3PL providers, 4PL providers, commercial companies, are work on processes. Most of them, they want to, let's say, take an ISO of 9001, 2015, to say that they have processes. But processes is the main key of building anything. And of course, the things. Here, it's all the sectors, millions of devices, and how this one is growing up. You see that the growth is huge, and we are behind of building something that we catch up the growth. Now, key requirements was all that, but the main, I think, is the real time and the distributor and the serialize. Now, some examples are, let's say, the train. From the train, we see, sorry, my glasses. I don't see very well. I'm an old guy now. Sorry, I will find them. Okay. So, for example, let's say on a train, passenger security, route optimization. You know, the route optimization, it's also on the fleet, on trucks, on everything. And of course, the critical sensing. The cost savings, improved safety, superior service. Let's stay on superior service. The meaning of using the Internet of Things, let's say in mine sector, is that, the superior services. Let's see on the smart cities. We hear a lot about that. And and I don't know if anyone here, the Umbran logistics, which is based on the city logistics. If I ask you on your daily life, which is something that you do in the house that we can say that cover the whole meaning of the supply chain? Is anyone here to tell me which in your daily life, in your house, it's an activity that we can say that we cover the whole logistics?
Opening
okay.
the frigo.
What?
Opening the frigo.
The frigo. Not opening, not only the opening, because the opening is, it's the frigo. Frigo. What? Why? The frigo reacts if I'm married, if I'm divorced, if I have kids, how many kids, in what age, if I want to call someone in my house for a party, for an occasion, just to see me. Someone come to my house without know that. Just call me, I am downstairs, I'm coming up. So I have to find something in my refrigerator. So the meaning of logistics is always first see how we can use the Internet of Things, use the data in our life. And then we go and see them in our sector. So the frigo, don't forget that. Now, another example, it's the only example I can say. It's the only one that covers most of the things, because covers the load and unload, covers the order, covers the warehouse, okay, covers the lot number of the items, covers everything, okay. So in smart cities we have connected traffic signals, parking and lighting, and of course the city services. Here we can say, in what we say, environmental benefits. And of course, the connected car, we use some of them now, the wireless router, the sensors, and the Umbran community. Okay, now, what is Internet of Things in the sector of logistics? Is all that. I don't expect now to tell you, because Nikos is going to tell me I have finished the presentation right now. So it's a lot of things. You understand some of them. I think if you have any question about that, Nikos has my number, so you can call me and discuss it in more details. Now, the logistics services, it's a new meaning inside the Internet of Things. It's logistics service supply chain. What is that? It's design logistics supply chain solution. To design the logistics now must be services. So, in our country, logistics is only warehousing and transportation. In the other world, outside from Greece, it's all the things. It's to collect the order, sometimes to produce the product, to make the invoices, to have the customer service, to have the call center. So it's everything. That's why we need the Internet of Things. Purchasing logistics capability, logistics service progress, and logistics service feedback. Believe me, a little companies that they use 3PL now, use a logistics warehouse, they're getting back information about the service level, let's say, that they have to their customers, about the delivery, or some complaints that the truck drivers collect from them. So it's very important to have logistic service feedback. Now, the effect on LSSE. Modern logistics contain all links in supply chain, not only means transportation and storage. We discussed that before. So, achieving digitalization, achieving the high speed and convenience, achieving the visualization, and achieving the flexibility. Now, the key for all that is the information. Why? Achieving the high speed for transmission of information flow, achieving the intelligence of processing information flow, achieving the networking to discuss each other. Of course, achieving the credibility of information, which is very important. Which is the top 3 reasons that supply chain transformation perhaps fail? Customers drive supply chain, and customers' expectations are at an all-time high. This is probably a customer. And ask me all the time about. They want what they want now, and we have to build everything around of it. Of course, we can fail. Leading practices, of course, we can see some practices that they use someone else, but all the products are not the same. So, believe me, don't take, just consider the leader practices. Don't take it as default. Relying on the big bang of technology and the main driver, falling to others' organization issues, which is very important. Avoiding the traps. If you see now here, it says, what if we just ask our customers what they really want and then offer them that? Okay, drive transformation from the top and synchronize it with your business strategy. It's very important before you build the Internet of Things to see which is, to write down which is your strategy. Focus your supply chain on what matters most. And I think that must be the customer. Invest in regular tune-ups. Align the business architecture and technology to support the supply chain. But first get the business process right. Write the process, then build the Internet of Things. The way ahead. Βλέπετε, you see, sorry for my Greek, you see that in a long time ago, someone painted this one. So, sorry. Strategy guided by knowledge that customer demand is the driver. Transformation must be aligned with the organization. Any plan must be constantly re-examined and adjusted to the change. So, reduce asset cost, save fuel cost, ensure temperature stability. As Nico said, I am the president of the Cold Storage and Logistics Association, which is basically on the cold supply chain, so we have to see that. Manage warehouse stock, just in time, it's a word that we can say. And create fleet efficiency. I'm fast enough. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ioannis, you give us good ideas, I think, and especially because with this heat, your cold supply chain association is very, very important for Greece. I would like you to listen, if possible, to the 2 projects that are being presented right now. In case all what you said and the resource what we have at our university here, our students that they would possibly work for transport applications, they should be in accordance with you. If you are not there, then please be on Skype tomorrow and check with Professor Pavlidis, who is going to work on transport respectively.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
I'm available one time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Panagiotis Liakos, Galena project, Galileo-based solutions for urban freight transport. And as I understand that you have to go, know that also passenger transport and passenger logistics is a matter that we are interested. Ministry of Culture, Professor Pavlidis, they are already here with already a project idea how we are going to develop mobile applications for the ancient athletic centers in Olympia and so on. So please think who of your students would like to have discussions so far with Dionysis and Cleopatra and Maria that are waiting here.
I would like to say that we build now, sorry about that, we build now with the Ministry of Transport a cluster, a base cluster on the logistics, which is inside is also the passengers, because they want to build some hubs inside to the big cities, and they want to find a way to control the passengers, the transportation and everything. So if they are interesting, I'm very happy to involve you to this one.
I think we have great interest for that, yes?
Okay, thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So, Liakos, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Panagiotis Liakos. I'm a PhD student in the University of Athens. And my talk here today is about Galena, which is a European project under the Innovation Action Theme of Horizon 2020. And I'm participating in it. And the goal of this initiative is the cross-supply chain orchestration of a community of shippers involved in urban freight transport, especially for last-mile delivery. To this end, we have to focus on a number of aspects. We have to manage and monitor transport flows, which is more difficult when we have to organize different shippers together. We have to ensure efficient last-mile delivery, which is the leg of the supply chain that is usually not so efficient. We have to maximize the economic efficiency of urban distribution by limiting the number of freights that are half empty, and at the same time minimize the environmental and social impact of urban freight transport. There are a lot of stakeholders involved in the supply chain process, so as you can imagine, we have a lot of target groups. Starting from the manufacturers, they're going to the inter-urban freight carriers, then to warehouses, then to intra-urban freight carriers, reaching to shops, and then, of course, to the final customers. The stakeholders involved in all these different stages of the supply chain process may all benefit from orchestrated distribution. Also, municipalities, which are now not so actively involved in the supply chain process, may have a significant role in the solution that we propose, because they can orchestrate the whole process and they can control the traffic and the environmental issues that are associated with urban distribution. So the next two slides are just going to present the main idea of our proposal. This is the current situation of urban distribution. A number of different shippers perform very similar itineraries with half-empty trucks that are not fully utilized. And for that reason, they cause traffic congestion, they generate harmful emissions, and they cost us a lot of money. And what we propose is that we organize shipment gathering in a depot point, and then perform orchestrated distribution by also guaranteeing the same quality of service that the customers expect. There are three main components regarding our project. There's a hardware device, there is a logistic information system, and a web application. The University of Athens is mostly involved with the web application, but I'm going to say a few words about the other components. The hardware device is an accurate and affordable hybrid system that offers outdoor and indoor localization. You can see the device at this picture, and it has a battery that lasts for 5 hours. It features a Galileo-compatible receiver, so Galileo, when Galileo is finalized, it will offer open access navigation without charge to anyone who has the appropriate equipment, and its positioning accuracy will be down to 1 meter. The logistic information system we use is provided by one of the partners. It's called AP+. It has a cargo community system. It integrates land, sea, and air transport processes. It manages shipment data between all stakeholders, and it ensures traceability of goods. And the information system is the web application that we are developing. Its main task is to manage and monitor urban distribution. So we are building a REST API to communicate with the hardware device and the logistic information system that I just showed you. We offer visualizations for all the necessary activities involved in urban distribution. We also offer user authorization, authentication, and management. These are two snapshots of the information system just to give you a glimpse of what we are doing. And I'm just going to present two examples of how we use OpenStreetMap data to perhaps offer some inspiration about the participants of the hackathon tomorrow and the day after. So two of the things that we want to do is first track the vehicles that are carrying shipments or track valuable parcels. And for this, we have a REST API through which the vehicles can send us information about their location. And then we use OpenStreetMap with the leaflet JavaScript library to plot markers on a map and give the user a view of the vehicle's current position. And you can see at these very simple snippets of code that this is very easy to do. You just instantiate a map, and then you place a marker inside the map, and you get the picture that you see on your screen. One more thing that we want to do is we want to allow logistic company users to enter inside our database the location of their warehouses. So there's a need for geocoding. They want to enter an address and find the coordinates that correspond to this address. This is very easy to do with the GeoSearch plugin of Leaflet. It has support for 3 providers, one of which is OpenStreetMap. So you can see that with the snippet of code that I'm giving you here, there is an input field that is now on the map, and I have searched in Greek for the university campus of Patras, and I found the correct coordinates. So now, if there was a warehouse in here, a logistic company user could have entered it in our database. There are 8 partners involved in our initiative from 5 EU countries. Helileo, Cyberems, IDRE and MGI are from France, Trivisor is from Belgium, IZIK is from Poland, Nebusens from Spain, and the University of Athens from Greece. These are just some contact points in case you have any questions, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
We also thank you, Mr. Liakos, for all the way you've been here to tell us so many interesting things. And we have to move on with Intrasoft International, and we welcome Mrs. Irini Matsakou to listen to her presentation. And maybe you need some help, or you have your stick?
I have sent it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there it is. Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so thanks a lot for the introduction. Hello from me as well. Many thanks for giving me also the opportunity to participate here today and see all those interesting information about projects and initiatives and current trends in the open data domain. Today I'm representing the Open Transport Net project along with a bunch of colleagues from the Czech Republic, Karel Harvat, and my colleague Leonidas Kalipolidis from ATC. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask all of us and reach all of us. I am working, as you said, for Intrasoft International. I'm a research and innovation manager, and I'm
very interested in innovation project, especially for the transport domain. So let's move on. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's go from here. Okay, so what we do in the Open Transport Net project, we develop and deliver IT solutions, IT innovative solutions, and when we say IT innovative solutions, we mean either web applications and also mobile applications, where we give to the people, to the end users, the opportunity to upload or link, aggregate and harmonize both geospatial and open data. Out of those compositions that they may create out of those data, they can extract insights and added value information about those data. And also, apart from that, through the platform and through the applications that are being developed, people can reuse data, can provide, can create services and further applications that might solve problems from the transportation sector and the urban mobility. And how do we do this? As it is both a research and an innovation project, we have a lot of already developed geospatial components that are being extended, further developed, and integrated all together via interoperable means and spatial adaptation, so as to create an integrated platform and to be able to deliver innovative applications. So, as I said also in the beginning, on the one side, we have the geospatial data in main formats that we use, GeoJSON, KML, and WMS services. And on the other hand, we have the non-geospatial open data that are being harvested or linked or uploaded by the end users. So what we do, we merge them. They're being harmonized, aggregated with special methodologies and algorithms on the back end. And finally, they are getting visualized on a map so as to be able to extract extra knowledge, to create map mashups, map compositions, to have added value insights, and after that, reuse those data and those compositions and create innovative applications and the services for the end users, and so as to provide, to promote innovation. So the objectives. Of course, after we develop the solutions that I mentioned, we aim to deploy them to real-life pilots. We have four pilots in our project, and via those applications, we would like to promote GIS and open data accessibility, which is an issue that have been thoroughly discussed today also here, and to help people understand better the available data, all those large volumes of available data, and of course reuse them towards improving urban transportation and traveling. And of course, as I said, it's an innovation project, so the outer aim of us in this project is to generate business models out of the developed services and applications, so as to have a long-term impact towards the transportation domain. So, how we also enhance innovation. Apart from the ability to create map compositions and reuse the already available data in the platform, we also try to engage innovators that post challenges and nice ideas for solving problems, urban mobility problems, for example, or a city administrator that might have a lot of data on his hand but does not know where to find the developers and the tools and the end users to reuse them. So on this side we have the innovators, and on the other side we have the developers that visit our platform, find challenges, reuse our tools, APIs that we offer and all our services, so as to match them, both the innovators and the developers, so as to create even more new knowledge and services. So this is the main screen, let's say, of our hub. You may see the main map screen here. So the important thing to remember is that we integrate a lot of geospatial and open data. We were also integrated with the SDI for Apps project, offering the open transport map datasets and also smart points of interest, and also open land use map data. So all this information, along with volunteered graphic information, VGI data that come from the mobile applications of the project, are being listed in our large database of datasets, where people can browse and search for their interested data and start creating map visualizations and compositions so as to get this added value knowledge that we're speaking about. And based on what problems they would like to solve, they create the composition and they say, for example, okay, in this place I see that there are a need for some car parking, or there are some needs for bicycle stations or something like that, that especially in a local administration level might be very interesting. Of course, as I said before, we offer both open data and also open source components that can be also reused by the interested parties. Results and impact that we are aiming to promote out of our project is, apart from the better accessibility and understanding of the open and geospatial data, also to optimize the transportation system, traffic networks, urban mobility in general, provide smart solutions, solutions, for example, mobile applications for the tourists for better and safer mobility around urban areas, and also in the long run, promote sustainability of the overall transportation system and also respond to certain political requests. I have posted some of them here, coming from the Open Data Barometer, that have to do with the accessibility and understanding of open data, as well as their visualization and better and more productive use by the end users and the citizens. So, Open Transport Net in numbers, we are 14 partners. We are engaging researchers, of course, GIS and open data experts, ICT experts, transport providers, and of course, all of them supported by a strong committee, let's say, of project management, consultants, etc. We have four pilot cities coming from the Czech Republic, Liberec, the Belgium, Antwerp, France, Issy-les-Moulineaux, and Birmingham from the UK. They are fitting in our project as a proof of concept, because we deploy all the services and applications we develop in those cases, trying to solve specific problems. So, 4 mobile apps, 1 per pilot city, and more than 158 datasets. Those numbers change all the time because we're now on our pilot phase, so people are testing the platforms, providing more data, WMS services, compositions, and users. And of course, we offer application services and other challenges for the end users. So those are our partners. They're covering a large part of Europe, from Czech, from Latvia, from Greece, from Belgium, from France, from UK. So let's move on. Okay, now our pilot case is our proof of concept, let's say. So let's start with the traffic planning in Issy-les-Moulineaux. The data that we're using in this pilot city are coming mainly from their open data portals. They have been harvested or linked by our data portal. And what we're trying to solve here by the web platform is to combine both open and geospatial data so as to make some decisions in the local authority level on where to build a new park or a new bicycle station, or whatever problem its city administrator would like to solve every time. But on the other side, we have also developed one mobile application where via crowdsourced data, people can plan their routes from one point to another within the city and provide, let's say, a multimodal-like way of traveling. And each time they're providing ratings of each route, they are providing some insights, some data regarding the quality of each one of the routes suggested. And so it helps other users in the next time to be proactive and choose one or another way to go from part A to part B in a city so as to be more efficient in their traveling. The second pilot case is from Antwerp. Here we're using mainly both already existing data from Antwerp data portals, but also we have a mobile application where users are recording their bicycle routes, and they are again providing ratings and comments and the insights for the quality of the cycling routes. And so this helps again the city administrators to take to extract patterns and to take information and feedback from the end user so as to be able to promote and improve their decision making, where they have to make improvements in the cycle routes, where they have to build, for example, some cycle parks, or where there are dangerous places that have to be fixed. So in Birmingham we have both historical data about accidents that are happening in the Birmingham area, but also we have a crowdsourcing application, mobile application, where users can report accidents all around Birmingham City. So by a special API that has been developed by the project, we can visualize all those data on the map. We can play with the parameters and the histograms that are featured for the end users. And via all this, again, city administrators can take special decisions regarding, and know the situation, of course, and take special decisions regarding routing or regarding, for example, where to build something, or more further than that, what changes they should be made so as to avoid all those accidents and help the congestion that probably creates all those problems and accidents. And finally, we have the Liberec pilot. The pilot name is Crisis Management. It refers to the floodings that usually take place in Liberec. So in this case, again, based on both historical but also on crowdsourced data available via mobile applications, users can have a better understanding on where the floodings are taking place, both around the year and around its period of the week, and that way they are more able to again improve their decision making on where to organize, for example, special operations, rescue operations for the people all around the city. So, and if you visit our website, I will give you more information in my next slide. You may see more other applications that have been developed in the course of the project. For example, traffic volume information, and if you, for example, combine this information with bus routes or bus stations or whatever other information you like, you may see and understand better what's happening around the city, and of course provide suggestions for improvements. For example, here it's the optimization of the Riga bus system. It was the outcome of an older hackathon that took place in the past. So this is another proof of concept of what we are trying to make in our project. So here you may find more information about our project, our website, the dissemination website, the platform, the actual map composer platform on our city hubs. You may like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. We have rather live, let's say, channels. And if you have any further questions, you may send an email to the project platform. So this is from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Hope you liked the presentation.
Thank you, dear Irene. It was very interesting. This project is financed by the European Commission?
Yes, exactly. It's an innovation, competitiveness and innovation project in the FP7 framework.
So, okay, and it's going to finish when?
On January of 2017.
Okay, so there is still some time to work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
we conclude the transport, tourism and culture thematic session with our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture and Sports. And it's Mrs. Cleopatra Christopoulou and Mrs. Maria Kotlida that are taking the floor. So
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kleopatra Christopoulou, and I work for the Department of Information Systems in the Directorate of E-Governance of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. First of all, I would like to thank the University of Patras, ERFC, and especially Mr. Petropoulos and Mr. Soulos for the invitation to this event. To begin our presentation, I would like first to say a few words about the ministry. The Ministry of Culture and Sports is a very big organization that includes 105 services that are all over Greece. Those services include the services that are directly under the Minister and General Secretary of Culture and Sports. There are also 5 general directorates, including Antiquities and Cultural Heritage, Restoration, Museums and Technical Works, Administrative Support and In-Government, in which we belong, Contemporary Culture, and Financial Services. And there are also 8 public museums, such as the National Archaeological Museum and the Byzantine and Christian Museum, and 61 regional services. Most of them are archaeological efforts, and also 2 special regional services. The mission of our ministry, in a few words, is to promote the scientific research, as well as to protect, enhance, and promote the cultural heritage. It's the support and development of contemporary artistic creation, the diffusion of cultural products between citizens, and also the encouraging them to participate in creation of contemporary art, and also to make them aware of the need to protect our cultural assets. And last but not least is the promotion of Greek culture worldwide and the encouraging of international cooperation for management and protection of our cultural heritage. The official websites of our ministry is the 3 you see. The first one is the central website, from which one can navigate to the other 2. ipo.gr is the site which one can find information about the administrative information of the ministry. And odysseus.culture.gr is the site which contains the information about museums, monuments, and archaeological sites. And now I would like to introduce you my colleague and friend, Mrs. Maria Kotlida, who will talk to you about the data sets of our ministry and who has worked really hard for the collection of them. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. I'm Maria Kotlida. I was responsible for implementing all the laws regarding open data on our ministry. Some related laws was Law 3979 for e-government, the Law 3448 and 4305 for open disposal and reuse of documents, information and open data of public sector. Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, HMC, has initial contacts with open data at 2012 when we uploaded geospatial data at Inspire. At September 2014, we uploaded open data sets at data.gov.gr on account of Open Government Partnership, OGP. Our first open data sets are catalogs, and especially there are catalogs of monuments with geospatial information, a catalog of museums with addresses, the opening hours of archaeological sites and museums, the catalog of archaeological sites by service, prefecture, address and type, and the catalog of services by prefecture, address and general directorate. We are here to talk about data sets of cultural sector only and not of sports. HMC structure, as Cleopatra said, HMC has almost 105 services scattered all over Greece. So it was very hard to collect these data sets. The decision was signed by the minister at the end of June. You can find the decision, as Ms. Angelitopoulou said, at 3 places, at the Avia, at our website, and at data.gov.gr. This decision includes 4 tables. The first table has all datasets, the second only the open datasets, the third the datasets available under conditions, and the last the closed datasets. The table of all datasets, it has 2,378 datasets. They are digital or physical. These datasets separated by general directorate. It includes catalogs, documents, and information. The content is cultural, financial, or administrative. The open datasets are 44. They are the datasets that are open for reuse with no constraints in order to promote the circulation of information and play an important role in the development of new services. The majority of them are catalogs. There are 5 links at our websites. The procedure of uploading these datasets at data.gov.gr has started, and they will replace the 5 previous datasets. The third table was the datasets offered under conditions. They are available under conditions or via licensing fees in accordance with the Article 7 to 9 of the Law 4305 of 2014. There are 255 datasets. They are digital or physical. The majority has cultural content. They are photo or video archives, research or publication archives. The condition, HMC uses Creative Commons licensing fees, and the procedure and the restrictions are described in Article 46 of the Law 3828, which is the archaeological law. You can find there the procedure. And the last table has the closed datasets. These datasets, subject to the restrictions set in paragraph 1 of the Article 3 of the Law 4305 of 2014, and are not available for use. They are 1,432 datasets. They are digital or physical, and the content is cultural, financial, or administrative. They are not available for use because of the protection of cultural heritage. They contain personal data because the copyright may belong to third parties due to national security issues or to tax secrecy. This is the table of open datasets. You can see that they are according to the general directorates of the ministry. Yes.
And difference and physical, yes. What is the difference?
Digital is that. Yes. Ms. Angelitopoulou is.
Physical is in paper, while digital is in files that one can.
Yes, for us, for the ministry, physical may be a videotape.
Same data in 2 forms if I want to take paper or take
all the open data are only physical. The open data are only physical. Only digital.
Data.gov.gr has only digital datasets.
The open data are only digital. The others, the ones with the restrictions, may be digital, either physical.
In the content, there are different data that are physical and other that are digital.
It depends on the dataset. There are datasets that, it depends. There are datasets that are exactly the same physical. There are datasets that are exactly the same at the physical digital form, and there are some others that have the same title, but they are not the same exactly. That's the reason we asked our services to have them separately. The digital and the...
It's difficult to understand why do you have the same physical
It is very easy to understand. Yes.
Yes, please. No, of course. Our pleasure. Come.
That concerns all of us.
The Hellenic ministry is very old ministry.
The data we have is aged before many years where digitalization was not a concern.
Actually, I want to say something because it exists in general. The public sector directive by itself and the transposition law 4305 and the previous law of 2006 doesn't oblige, because otherwise it would be really something outrageous, doesn't oblige the public sector bodies to digitalize already existing archives and data. Okay, so it is the data that it is already existing. Yet, of course, we give this data, even if it is in hard copy, upon request. But it is not called, up to now, of course, open data. It is open because maybe it's only a request needed, necessary. But yet, when we say open data, is the data from the moment that they have this digital format. Huh?
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. Maybe somebody else wants to... Yes.
I'd like to ask the data about culture heritage in digital form, they have also localization? If they are localized, all this data?
Yes, mainly, yeah. Thank you. Yes?
Το έργο χωρίζεται σε φάσεις. Κάποια υποέργα έχουν παραδοθεί, από όσο γνωρίζουμε, αλλά αν θέλετε παραπάνω πληροφορίες θα πρέπει να απευθυνθούμε στην υπηρεσία που το διαχειρίζεται.
Το έργο έχει παραληφθεί αυτή τη στιγμή.
Κάποια υποέργα.
Κάποια υποέργα του, ναι.
Αλλά,
αλλά δεν έχει ολοκληρωθεί στο σύνολό του. Και αφού, όπως είπε και η συνάδελφος, θα πρέπει για περισσότερες πληροφορίες, αν θέλετε, να κρατήσουμε κάποια στοιχεία επαφής για να επικοινωνήσουμε με την αρμόδια υπηρεσία.
Ναι, μπορείτε να απευθυνθείτε στην υπηρεσία που το διαχειρίζεται. Γι' αυτό. Όχι.
Είναι
το
η αρμόδια υπηρεσία,
είναι
η Διεύθυνση Εθνικού Αρχαιολογικού
Αρχείου Μνημείων. Δηλαδή, εμείς δεχτήκαμε τα datasets από το κτηματολόγιο, δεν εμφανίζονται στα ανοιχτά, γιατί ακόμα δεν έχει ολοκληρωθεί. Αλλά παραπάνω πληροφορίες δεν μπορούμε να δώσουμε γι' αυτό εμείς. Another question?
Okay, now... Yes.
Well, well, for now we have an application to propose for the contest, which is the next few days, and Mrs. Kotlida will present it to you.
We were thinking of a route which will be called Archeon Athlesis, ancient athletics, and starting from a place in Athens by car, visiting the following places and return the starting point. The places we would like to include are Archaeological Museum of Isthmia, Archaeological Museum of Nemea, Olympia, and Archaeological Museum of Olympia, and Museum of the History of the Olympic Games and of Antiquity. Maybe we would like to calculate the distance, the time, the cost. We will give you, they are open, the geospatial data from Inspire. The time schedule will be available from this link. But there is a restriction. HMC, if this application fulfills our goal, The application will be hosted exclusively on our websites. The name of the creator and of the event, the MEDHackathon, will be clearly mentioned, with written consent of the creator for full and exclusive use of the application from us. If someone wants to talk about it.
So we are open for discussion about this project, about this application after our presentation. If anyone is interested.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would, first of all, thank you very much. You are two, so we thought maybe to take advantage of your knowledge. Thank you very much. I think it's fair to continue with the next presentation. So then, thank you very much. To explore also the agriculture and food thematic this time. And we start again with the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. And I would kindly ask Mrs. Eri Zisi to come on the floor. And maybe somebody help her to establish her presentation. George, maybe. And
Γεια σας και από μένα. Eri Zisi λέγομαι. Ευχαριστώ και εγώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι ωραίο να είμαι πάλι εδώ. Έχω τελειώσει ηλεκτρολόγος μηχανικός στο Πολυτεχνείο Πατρών και είμαι υπεύθυνη για τα ανοιχτά δεδομένα του Υπουργείου Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης και Τροφίμων. Ανήκω στη Διεύθυνση Πληροφορικής. Θα σας κάνω μία σύντομη παρουσίαση για το τι έχει κάνει το Υπουργείο μας σε αυτό το τομέα των ανοιχτών δεδομένων μέχρι σήμερα. Την 1η Δεκάτου του 2015 το Υπουργείο προχώρησε στην έκδοση της απόφασης καταγραφή ταξινόμησης και αξιολόγηση των συνόλων εγγράφων και πληροφοριών, όπου καταγράφησαν 490 δεδομένα από 31 διευθύνσεις στο Υπουργείο, όπου τα 160 από αυτά ήταν dataset προς ανοιχτή διάθεση. Η διαδικασία ανάρτησης συνεχίζεται. Οι προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίσαμε ήταν ο συντονισμός με τις 31 διευθύνσεις και τα αντίστοιχα τμήματα, λόγω του μεγάλου αριθμού των εμπλεκόμενων φορέων. Ήταν η μη κατανόηση της έννοιας των ανοιχτών δεδομένων. Προέκυψαν ερωτήσεις όπως γιατί θα πρέπει να επαναληφθεί η ανάρτηση των δεδομένων στη DataGov αυτή τη φορά, ενώ ήδη τα έχουμε στο Minagric, στη σελίδα του Υπουργείου μας. Και η απάντηση ήταν ότι δεν είναι ακριβώς επανάληψη, μια που τα δεδομένα έπρεπε να επεξεργαστούν για να ανταρτηθούν στο DataGov, για να είναι σε μηχαναγνώσιμη μορφή, όπου το αποτέλεσμα ήταν ο επιπλέον φόρτος εργασίας. Στην πρώτη ηλεκτρονική διεύθυνση μπορεί κάποιος να βρει το Υπουργείο Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης και Τροφίμων απευθείας στο DataGov, όπου έχουν αναρτηθεί 95 σύνολα δεδομένων, και το Υπουργείο αυτή τη στιγμή βρίσκεται τέταρτο στην κατάταξη. Για πολύ καιρό, όταν ξεκίνησε η ανάρτηση, ήταν πρώτο. Στη δεύτερη ηλεκτρονική διεύθυνση βρίσκουμε ένα καλό παράδειγμα open data, όπου παρουσιάζονται, δεν ξέρω αν είναι συνδεδεμένο, δεν πειράζει, θα σας το πω, είναι αναρτημένα στοιχεία που έχουν συλλεχθεί από τα τμήματα αγροτικής ανάπτυξης και παρουσιάζονται από τη Διεύθυνση Στρατηγικής και Σχεδιασμού του Υπουργείου μας. Αυτά τα στοιχεία αφορούν σιτηρά και πευτικά λαχανικά μόνιμες καλλιέργειες του έτους 2000 έως 2014, αφορούν την έκταση και την παραγωγή και διατίθονται σε πρωτογενή μορφή και είναι διαθέσιμα προς όλους τους ενδιαφερόμενους, ώστε να αναλυθούν κατά περίπτωση. Πολλές περιπτώσεις χρήσης που αναφέρουμε εδώ για το πώς θα μπορούσαν, για παράδειγμα, να χρησιμοποιηθούν αυτά τα στοιχεία, είναι να απεικονιθούν σε χάρτες αναπεριφέρεια, νομό και περιοχή, ώστε να εξαχθούν στατιστικά παραγωγής και να γίνουν συγκρίσεις περιοχών με δείκτες αλληλεξάρτησης. Μπορούν να συνδυαστούν με χαρακτηριστικά του εδάφους, τα οποία προσφέρονται από το Geoportal της τοπογραφικής του Υπουργείου Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης, είναι και αυτό αναρτημένο στα DataGov, και να εξαχθούν στοιχεία καλλιέργειας, να συνδυαστούν με κλιματολογικά δεδομένα, ώστε να βγουν συμπεράσματα για κατάλληλες συνθήκες παραγωγής και αποζημιώσεις, να συνδυαστούν με τιμές προϊόντων ώστε να εξαχθούν οικονομικοί δείκτες και εκτίμηση εισοδήματος, όπως επίσης και με επιδοτήσεις του ΕΠΚΕΠΕ για διαμόρφωση πολιτικών, με αποτέλεσμα την αύξηση της παραγωγής, υψηλές αποδόσεις, ενίσχυση ελπιδοφόρων περιοχών κλπ. Όλα αυτά μαζί ή ό,τι άλλο μπορεί να σκεφτεί ο κάθε ενδιαφερόμενος. Τα επόμενα βήματα του Υπουργείου μας είναι να προχωρήσει σε μία νέα απόφαση για το 2016, όπου ευελπιστούμε σε μία βελτίωση καταγραφής, συλλογής και διάθεσης, λόγω της προηγούμενης εμπειρίας μας. Και ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ήσασταν περιεκτικότατοι. Να προχωρήσουμε τότε. Στον κύριο Πρωτονοτάριο, δεν ξέρω αν... Ωραία, είστε έτοιμος. Έχετε μία παρουσίαση αρκετά μεγάλη. Εντάξει. Ο κύριος Πρωτονοτάριος Βασίλειος από την Aero Public.
Just for us to save some minutes, my name is Vasilis Protonotarios. I'm an agronomist. I'm working for a Greek SME that makes use of open data for building its services. It's called Neuropublic. Not New Republic, Neuropublic. And what I'm going to present today is an overview of open data in the agricultural sector and how this can be used by a company like Neuropublic for building services by adding value to this data. Okay. So, let me say a few words about Neuropublic very briefly. Neuropublic is a Greek SME, as I told you earlier. It was established in 2003 and started doing business, building services mostly for the Greek public sector, for organizations like hospitals. And 10 years later, and while in the meantime, a lot of interesting things took place, but there's no time for us to describe them here. They're not really close to agriculture. 10 years later, Neuropublic started presenting a new platform, a cloud-based platform that is called GEA platform or GEA Bus. And it is a platform that aims to interconnect various types of stakeholders in the agri-food sector. In 2014, Neuropublic established a coalition with one of the largest banks in Greece, called Piraeus Bank, and a number of agricultural associations, or better, associations of farmers. And this coalition had the vision to transform the Greek agriculture as we know it. So in the same year, this coalition took place, it was materialized, and the new company was born, named GEA Business or GEA Epichirin in Greek. And the first outcome of this coalition was the materialization of this envisaged platform that is called GEA Bus. This is the GEA Bus. It provides access to 5 different types of services to end users like farmers or advisors of farmers, etc. But I will come back to this, this infrastructure later on. In the same year, Neuropublic started designing and developing its own telemetric stations called Geatrons. There are stations that have a number of sensors for taking measures from atmospheric and soil data. They are built in-house, all the stations. And this is something ongoing, and I'm also going to get back later, because I'm going to finalize my presentation with what's happening now and what's going to take place in the future. So a few words about open data in general. They say that data is the fuel of the digital economy, and we can't disagree with that, because we can think of data as the digital currency that is used for building innovative services and adding value to this data, so that it can be used for informed decision-making, for example. And we can get all these nice infographics by making use of this data and transforming the data. They also say that data is gold, and as in the case of gold, we also have to mine for, we mine for gold and we mine for data. So we have, the challenge is to find ways to collect this information, to record data, store them, transform them, make use of them, and find ways to provide meaningful services on top of them. And this is a workflow that takes place in this direction. Because the challenge is to find some ways to transform data like sensor data that they're meaningless if they're not put into the right context, and transform this type of data into informed decisions that could be used for, in our case, by farmers, so that they can change their cultural practices. And it's also important to highlight the role of farmers, not only as food producers, but also as data producers, because right now farmers have a lot of data sources in their farms, like sensors, like their manual input of data from their fields, and they also have data about their fields, but in a way that it's not managed by them, like Earth observation data from satellites. And I will also come back to this later on. And all this boost of open data in various contexts, not only in agriculture, because you can see agriculture here is just a small part right now. This is a report from 2013. But what's important is that this open data boost is creating a whole new ecosystem of creating new roles, like data providers, like data aggregators, providers of, or developers of applications based on open data. And this is what's really important. And it's also important that this is something really dynamic and it's growing day by day. Coming back to agriculture now and being a little bit more specific, we're happy and glad to have all this wealth of data in the agricultural sector, because we can make use of various types of data, like raw data, such as the sensor data I showed earlier, or these just tables with, for example, yields about a specific cultivation. You can get processed data like statistical data, which can be used for further analysis. We have demographic data or indicators, for example, trends on how a specific cultivation is or food type is being produced, and how it's expected to go on the next years. We have nice visualizations in the form of interactive maps. Research publications which make use of different types of data, like the aforementioned ones, combined with substantial text and descriptions. And we also have various data sets, as the one presented earlier by other colleagues, available through dedicated open data portals. But what's important in our case is that we have a whole new ecosystem in farms now with the evolution of smart farming, which is based on data. We have different sources, like here you can see a farmer, he inputs his data. For example, he keeps a digital diary in his laptop. You have the livestock, animals, for example, with RFID tags, which collect or reflect the useful information. You have tractors with sensors on them, so they can collect information about the field, the specific part of the field. You have agribots, which make use of all these different types of data that they are fed with, so they can perform informed operations in the field without manual intervention from the farmer. And you also have drones that they can take photos of the farm, or they can have some sensors and take some additional measurements. And talking about drones, we also have Earth observation data that derive mostly from satellites, like Copernicus from the European Space Agency, which these data sets are open, as Professor Makios mentioned earlier, and they are available to everyone who wants to build services for different contexts. Copernicus may provide information about land or atmospheric conditions, or even different types of vegetation in a specific field. And this is really helpful for companies like Europublic. On top of that, we have geospatial data from various sources like the Group on Earth Observations, which is a global network. And so the result is that we have all these different types of data and data sets and in terms of formats and types. But the problem is that farmers do not need data. They just need advice. They want something that they can understand. They don't care about numbers or estimations, etc. They want something that they can understand so that they can improve their agricultural practices. And this is the challenge. And the keys for companies like Europublic is to find ways to build innovative services by combining, identifying the best or the most relevant open data, combine them with other types of data if possible, and build services and applications that they can actually be used by farmers. This is something that many companies have understood so far, this need of farmers for being informed about data-driven or data-powered applications. So they have already worked on various types of applications like mobile apps for smartphones and tablets. They also build services that have user-friendly interfaces that actually guide farmers in doing specific parts of their work, like fertilization, irrigation, crop protection, etc. This is an example by John Deere. They make use of various types of data like open but not open as well. They feed their systems with such type of data. They have sensors on the tractors and the agricultural machinery that is also combined with these types of data, and then they let farmers through an application to inform him, for example, how much he should spray this pesticide, where to spray the pesticide, what quantity is required, etc. And this also creates a new market and new job opportunities for people who work with data and agriculture, like these agricultural technicians for precision agriculture, well-paid jobs that are required in this new precision farming or smart farming sector. And this is where Europublic comes and as an SME that makes use of open data. Very briefly, what Europublic does is to, in terms of open data, we make use of Copernicus data, as I mentioned earlier. So it's Earth observation data that are collected, they are analyzed, they are organized, and they are combined with data coming from these telemetric stations that I described earlier, the Geatrons. They have sensors for measuring atmospheric data and soil data. They can be in any of these parcels. For example, here we get the measurements on a periodic basis, and all this data, the combined data, are fed into models created by experts, which can predict in some way. For example, what's the possibility of having your crops infected by a specific pesticide that is encouraged, let's say, by these specific conditions. This is an overview of the system. Here you have the different types of data that are combined, and after they are analyzed, they are combined, and then we add knowledge from experts like agronomists and advisors of farmers, and the practical experience from farmers, because they have all this traditional knowledge that can be of use in this case. So in the last step, we just feed with the farmer, we provide the farmer with the advice that he needs at the time that he needs. And all these services are provided in this GEA bus, the GEA cloud bus that I described earlier. This platform is fed by The open data coming from Copernicus, data coming from the telemetric stations. There are brick-and-mortar places, about 100 all over Greece, that support farmers in this direction. They explain the services, they provide support regarding these services, and they help farmers adopt these new technologies and services in their own farms. And in terms of the use of data in these different types of services, we can group the services in 3 different groups. The first one refers to services that are not based on open data. For example, this is the case where services are based on data where a farmer manually inputs information. For example, it might have to do with a digital diary or cultivation practices. In some cases, this information is sensitive because it contains parts that could help identify a specific parcel or farm. The second group refers to services that are powered by open data, as I described earlier. And the third group is based on data that in Greece, they're not open yet, at least yet, but in other countries they are. So we expect that they are also going to be open in Greece as well in the next years. And closing my presentation, I'm coming back to the first part about the timeline of this whole new effort. So 2015, where we stopped earlier, it was the end of the first year of this effort, this coalition between the New Republic, Piraeus Bank, and more than 70 associations of farmers. It was a successful year because we managed to have more than 700,000 registered users who registered, subscribed to many more services because each farmer was registered to at least 2 or 3 services. And the next steps now. Right now, we are deploying a large-scale pilot all over Greece, where we set up these Geatron telemetric stations. We expect that by the end of the year, we will have 20 pilot sites. We have already installed 20 telemetric stations, or 25, and we have planned that 10,000 Geatron stations will have been installed by the end of 2020. And this is an effort that takes place, so we keep improving we use all this experience to improve the telemetric stations and build new and improved versions within each cycle. Thank you very much.
We also thank you. It was extremely interesting, and I saw you tried to speed up because, and you managed yes well, because we must admit that we are all of us a little bit tired. But okay, it was really interesting to see the application in farming. And shall I ask our next speaker, Mr. Georgiadis, is he here? Yes, perfect. From Capsela, Open Data Supporting Agro-Biodiversity and Food Systems Innovation. And
good afternoon, my name is Pavlos Georgiadis. I represent a small company which is very active in the food innovation sector, agri-food innovation, systems innovation. We are based in the Czech Republic. Not very many years ago, we were sitting in that side
the
of...
third one, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me first ask, is there anybody in the room that is going to take part in the hackathon itself? Like, are there any hackers? Oh, a couple, 3, all right.
No, there are more, maybe, yes.
Okay. So Capsela is a project that started in January 2006, this year, and it is an international collaboration and funded under the Horizon 2020 scheme on the CAPS project. CAPS stands for Collective Awareness Platforms for Sustainability, and Capsela stands for Collective Awareness Platforms for Environmentally Sound Land Management, based on data technologies and agrobiodiversity. You saw this morning a couple of slides by Professor Makios, who coined the term, the project, as a potential project that can save Greece and our countries. It is an ambitious project, especially when we are talking about a sector that is affecting the life expectancy of millions of citizens in the EU. and is affecting the environment, our very possibility of tackling climate change, improving our health and nutrition habits, food security. So in a sense, it's a project that can make a small contribution towards offering a better and more sustainable future in Europe. Right. So the motivation and the aims of the project is a very clear need and a deadlock that we have reached in food and agricultural systems, where in the last 50, 60 years, we had a food system that is characterized by conventional agricultural techniques, industrialized food production, high use of external inputs like fertilizers and pesticides, immense amounts of food waste, and at the same time, a shrinking of the incomes of farmers, a desolation of the countryside, increased trends of urbanization since people find less and less space to create on this mainstream agricultural industrial system. So the major sustainability challenge of Capsela is to address the environmental threats which are suffered by the current industrial farming and food system, but also the threats towards the conservation of biodiversity. So the aim is to raise awareness, leverage collective knowledge that exists in farming and food communities all over Europe, collect community requirements in a bottom-up and participatory way, and develop data-driven ICT applications. So the methodology we follow is a combination of top-down data aggregation, but also bottom-up data collection from local communities like small-scale farmers, communities that conserve agricultural biodiversity like seed savers, and also having an acute focus on food quality, quality food supply chains, and so on. And in order to realize Capsela, we are going to engage into bringing all these data sets together in order to develop cloud-based platforms to support community-based initiatives, to build from scratch open data repositories on regional agrobiodiversity, build upon and exchange existing data sets on the agrobiodiversity and food domains, develop a number of community-driven data-powered ICT tools, run pilots with communities, and run incubation activities for selected pilots. So the main pillars of Capsela is, from one side, focusing on communities and networks that are already existing. Most of us think agriculture is very physical, like you work with the land, you consume fuels, inputs, you have outputs, you sell them, you get money, you create food, you sit around the table, so it's very physical. However, there is a huge digital subsystem when it comes to agriculture and food systems. Of course, there is a very diverse cultural system, and Europe itself is one of the most blatant examples globally of cultural diversity in food systems and agricultural systems. And of course, agriculture and the agri-food sector is making up the majority of the global economic system. So from one side, Capsela tries to understand and crowdsource the needs and the requirements of communities, and to try to harness and build everything on the collective knowledge that already exists by organizing and facilitating awareness, raising workshops, but also workshops for the collection of requirements, but also hackathons that I will sort of advertise towards the end of my talk. Then we are going to apply these data sets and these tools into specific use cases in order to develop pilot services, and we are going to engage into data challenges and hackathons, different meetups and training days. And at the end of the project, we are having a period of incubation where selected startups and ideas will be incubated by the team, the consortium of Capsela, with the support of Coralia, that is part of the Athena Research Center. And we will have further hackathons, entrepreneurship context, pre-incubation trainings and boot camps. So Capsela is built around 3 scenarios that are like the pillars of the project, which of course is the most easy way and most practical way to address the complexity of the agri-food system from farm to fork, or better, from seed to soil. The input of such a system is the seed scenario, which is addressing on-farm diversity, genetic diversity, the need for conservation and management, seed networks, decentralized seed swap networks, and so on. The second scenario is the field scenario, which is addressing the need for ecological intensification and functional agrobiodiversity in agricultural systems. And the third one, which our company is coordinating, is the food scenario, addressing the food chain by bringing more transparency and market education in the processes related to the production, distribution, and consumption of quality food. And our approach in specific in this project is not only addressing the customers, but mainly focus on businesses, because we think that if we influence the supply chains of businesses, then we can have a more capillary and a more expanded impact. So we are going to pilot this type of solutions in the Netherlands, Italy, Greece, and the Czech Republic. We have in mind some sectors. Just to give you an example, for the food scenario, the supply chain scenario, we are approaching Winemakers Association in Italy, because we believe it would be nice to have a service on open data for wine. Wine is something that many, many people want to put in their lives as an element of quality of life, and it is a market that has space for further transparency and further education of the audience. We are thinking of working with a hotel chain in the Czech Republic, because we believe there is huge space in improving breakfasts. I don't know who of you are living in a hotel in Greece or in Patras today, but anywhere in Europe, believe me, the food breakfasts of the hotels are in the 1980s. So this is a point. This is because there is a lack of knowledge on where the ingredients are. What are the personalized needs of consumers that have very diverse needs, especially when they travel? So we try to create pilots that are complex enough that allow us to understand this complexity and offer tools and pilots that can be applicable to as wide as possible and as many as possible actors in the industry. So how to collect this data? From one side is open data repositories, what is called bibliographic data, and maybe some of the services presented by the Ministry of Food could be useful in this context. We want to engage the community of users to use sensors, for example, soil sensors, and there is a number of other research and innovation projects also under Horizon 2020 that are using sensor data, drones, field data, and of course social data, sentiment analysis. Today we have consumers and citizens going like crazy in social media, posting, I don't know, a fried egg and some sentiment around it. So we think that this is a great repository of data as well that can be used in order to influence more informed decision-making, more informed market choices, more informed marketing choices, and therefore have all these linking effects, better diets, climate-friendly agriculture, better soil management, and more healthy food. So data aggregation, data analysis, knowledge extraction, sentiment analysis, and then tools that support decision-making at all levels. Now, the challenges that we have as a project is how to talk with farmers about data. Usually, for example, farmers cultivate the land, but they think, especially conventional farmers, they think the soil is a black box. But soil data on its own is a huge repository of information that can really drive this effort for this transition in the food system. How to make farmers aware that they own data that has a value, how to do it in an ethical way where farming communities, especially seed-saving communities, do not feel that they are being exploited by some EU project that comes there and goes around with their laptop and take data and all this. How to make this digested data available to farmers, but also at an administratory level for us inside the consortium, how to communicate all this new innovation, because writing a press release for the European Commission is not working as a press release for farmers or hoteliers or restaurant owners. So these are all the type of challenges that this type of new collaborations have, and I think this is a very interesting experience also in the transition from closed data to open data, how to escape a mentality that we just need to deliver a project, we just need to deliver a platform, and escape the risk that this platform just becomes an empty skeleton and is not used by the community. So how to make this data really relevant to farmers, to food entrepreneurs, to consumers, because food is kind of important. So maybe I can skip that and go, like there are a certain online and physical surveys that we are doing in workshops. We engage in participatory design in workshops, allowing communities to express their knowledge and express their opinion in a participatory, harvested, and methodological way. If you like, you can take a photo of this link, which is our questionnaire in terms of what type of requirements exist in the food and farming community. I will leave this slide for a while, and just to give some juice, some food for thought for the hackathon. We would welcome solutions and ideas that, for example, can contribute in knowledge access and sharing, for example, how to access knowledge for organic farming, practices such as agroecology, permaculture, enhancing knowledge exchange between growers, supporting a learning network for the future farmers generation, how to do organic matter management, how to monitor water quality on farm, but also water as a product in a restaurant, or, for example, apps that connect producers with consumers, connect businesses, connect the cultural domain with the digital domain and the financial domain of food. All this is a very, very interesting field that actually, when we are talking about, for example, that also has very dynamic sets of data that should be very localized. For example, a hotel in Patras will probably have different needs from a small family-owned hotel in Folegandros. Or a small farmer that grows heirloom tomato variety in Santorini has totally different needs of a Dutch farmer that has 5 hectares of potatoes. So all this calls for very localized and specialized solutions, and we think this is an amazing opportunity to create jobs, to create data-driven opportunities for all those actors. So we have a number of events coming up. One is on at the end of this year around the area of Volos, where we will have a hackathon, an event to source data, especially for the seed and farming scenario. We have next year in Crete. And all these are events, and we plan one in the Czech Republic as well towards the end of the project. And all these data and services will be harvested and collected in the Capsela website. And we will also allow for remote participation and refining of these ideas in order to come up with the final projects. So I'm going to be around tomorrow and the day after, and although I'm not listed as a mentor, I'm very happy to support this community of hackers. There is an urgent need to hack this system. It's a criminal system. It makes us unhealthy. It makes the climate unhealthy. It makes the planet unhealthy. So it is up to the new generation to start out there and really find ways to turn these tides around. I want to just mention our other partners. It's the Athena Research Center based in Athens, Sant'Anna, Scuola Sant'Anna in Pisa in Italy, Aston University in Birmingham, Agronow, which is a small company based in Athens dealing with ICT tools and open data systems for agriculture. Rete Semi Rurali, which is the seed savers, the major seed savers organization of Italy. Zephyr, which is our communication partner. Our company, We Deliver Taste. And ZLTO, which is an agricultural innovation company from the Netherlands. And this is a bunch of links that you can follow Capsela online and try to feed this process. And we are also very interested to find contacts with other projects that have been presented so far in this MEDHackathon. Thank you very much.
Pablo, thank you very much for giving us so many ideas what could be interesting to develop as applications further. I keep this about the breakfast, and I would like you, not now, because Karel should be preparing to come to the floor, but especially tomorrow, from our students, the ones that would like to know more, if we can do something in that direction. And indeed, thank you very, very much.
So I think that breakfast is a good complex showcase that has diversity, because it is not about the breakfast of a family, it's a breakfast of a country that invites citizens from all over the world. So if we can make data-driven services for a breakfast, I think we can do data-driven services for any restaurant. And I think this is very powerful.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you very much. So, Karel, by now we know you very well. We know you as coordinator. We know you as a supporter of whatever we do here in Greece and in Europe. Now we know you also as Fatima and Foodie project.
Okay, I have to find my presentation. Or if you help me, meantime, I will start as a little. Probably I don't introduce myself, but I would like mentioned. You heard already about two other projects, SDI for apps and Open Transport Net, and together with the Foodie, I think that we are three projects working very closely together. And probably some people say that I'm something like godfather of this project. What I would like to stress, what is common about all these three projects, why we agree to cooperate. One thing is, it has no sense from beginning to develop tools in every project, start from zero, and on the end to have some prototype. It is better to put effort together. Second, no project will succeed if you are not dealing deeply with data. You can have excellent tools, but if there are no data beyond of this, it will disappear. And the third is we would like to come with something, some new approach, what I am calling social space for geospatial data, where you are able, very easy to share data, to publish data on social network, not having necessary application on your server, but easy take from any of these three portals the maps, and which is prepared, which is customized, and put this into your pages. This is what we see as very important, and we are also trying to work with new approaches like link open data. So now I will go to my presentation. Don't afraid, I have something like 65 slides, but I think that I will try to be effective and fast. Yes, some slides we will go very fastly, but about some slides I will make some explanation. I think that Vasilis told a lot of things which also I have in my presentation could be in other words. So there is one image coming from project Future Farm many years ago, and I call this poor farmer, because farmer is not or is obliged not care about farm, but about data and about communication with many type of organization and with many systems which are not interoperable. So this is something what has to be overcome. Although nowadays develop thousands and thousands apps under the different umbrella, but if these apps will not cooperate, if these apps will not be interoperable, it will again and again bring problem to the farmers, because if there will be one system for fertilization, one system for protection, etc., it will be not helpful for farmer. We need to thinking complex. Second things, I would like a little speak about precision farming. It was also mentioned in previous presentation, and precision farming is usually considered something what is called site-specific farming, that you are deciding how much of chemicals put to some concrete place. But the situation is much more complex, and on the farm you are working with three levels of information. This micro level, it is about the situation in every field. So you are able to measure any position in your field. You have information on the level of farm. It could be about your economy, about your machinery, etc. But there are also very important this macro level information, because without macro level information it's impossible to make any decision on the side of the farm. And I think that this will be more and more important. And future precision farming will be not only about putting chemical, but select best machinery for your farms. Yes, design real optimal crop rotation for your farm. Manage the machinery where on your farm. So there is more and more tasks, and all this require this interlinkage of information. So I think that there are the main pillars for open and interoperable. I think that it was mentioned, open was mentioned many times, but open data without interoperability is nothing. Yes, we have now here a huge European open data portal, but if you will go and if you will try to find any useful information, it is sometimes disaster. Yes, so we need to focus not only on openness of information, but also on interoperability. Of course, we need to develop the tools for managing spatial and non-spatial data, easy discovery, and to be able to integrate as much data as possible, because as I mentioned, we need to work not only with the data from concrete position in the field, but we need to work with the global data, for example, to have imagination what will be the next yield in the south hemisphere. This could help you in your decision. So, shortly about two projects. Fatima, I think that the main focus, Fatima is running also in Greece. Unfortunately, no Greece partners are here. The main focus of Fatima is using satellite images for precision farming, also precision irrigation. So the big focus is on the measurement and analysis of spectral characteristics, and be able to compare spectral characteristics of crop with satellite images, and on the top of this to be able to prepare recommendations. So this is the main focus of Fatima. Foodie, as I mentioned, the focus is on interoperability, Foodie platform, and now I will go to something what look a little crazy. We work a long time on the data model for Foodie, which has to help you manage the data. There's many slides explaining very detailedly this Foodie data model. I will not go through, the presentation will be available, but you can see that different type of things are there, yes, because you are working not only with the blocks, with the plots, you need to be able to put operation to the field, management zones to the field. So really, if you are thinking about managing of precision farming information in the farm, the model is complex. This model we are discussing also with European Commission, with the Mars unit, and we are trying to be interoperable with future recommendation for land parcel information system. So these are the main data, but there were mentioned many times satellite and aerial images, voluntary information data, and sensors. Again, about sensors, it is important to work on some unification, because there is hundreds and hundreds of producers of sensors, and every producer is producing the data in its own form, and it is then very difficult to deal with the sensors from different producers. So one option is to use Open Geospatial consortium format, which is a little complex, or to define and agree some other model. So here you can see what is the core of many our application. This is the SenseLog application, and the most of the next presentation will be focused on utilization of the SenseLog. With SenseLog, we are able now to manage the data from the farm, but also manage the data from telemetry and other tasks. And I will go briefly through this. So here is groundwater monitoring, meteorological station. Groundwater is important in a sensitive area, but also could be important in vineyards and other agrometeorological sensors. I think that it was demonstrated. What we consider also as sensors is this human as sensors, that you are able to use your smartphone as tools which is collecting information and which is able to store the information in the database. And we are also discussing about transport data model. You heard about this already in OTN and in SDI for apps presentation. So here is the common data model where we transform into this common data model OpenStreetMap. This model is based on INSPIRE principles. It's a routable model, and I think that it could be one from the task for the hackathon to try to use with the help of Runar, for example, navigation tools, and to try to develop on the top of this some navigation application. Farm telemetry, you heard here about logistic and other things. We are working, or we deploy the technology for exact monitoring of machinery on the farm, because in the Czech scale, the consumption of fuel on one farm is between 100,000 and 500,000 of liters per year. So reduce consumption only about 10%. Is extremely big amount of money, so there is something what is extremely interesting, and this requires some hardware and software development. And what is important that using such tools is has not only economic effect but also environmental. So this is not necessary that economy and environment go against, because improving your economy by reducing of inputs, you are also improving environment. So there is some way how could be use this together. Here you can see the different type of analysis which is possible to provide it with this farm telemetry. So you are able to calculate consumption or work for every machinery every day. You are able to make the cost for the field. You are able to track the information. So there is a lot of things, and the system is extended. Of course, as I mentioned, it requires some certain hardware to be possible measure. But here is again one idea which maybe could start here on the hackathon. We would like to develop something what we call farm telemetry light. And this farm telemetry light is that you will use, instead of some special hardware on machinery, your smartphones, and you will provide it the control of your operation using smartphones. So there is other potential idea what could be done. About this remote sensing, we are now mainly working on something, this you see, what we call yield potential, and it is focused on heterogeneity of soil condition in every field. So yield potential is something what could be derived from satellite images, but you are not able to do this on the base of one satellite images, but you need to have all sequence of images on one side during one season. But for for this heterogeneity, you need to have the data from 8 seasons back, and then you are able to provide it evaluation and recognize the heterogeneity and in every field. So here you can see the single steps, and the end is the map which is telling you about yield potential. We provided comparison of this yield potential with yield monitors, and seems that this is something what could be very helpful for the farmer, and again something what we would like to extend it a little more. So I show at the beginning the data model and why I am putting here. So with this data model, you can see that the different information coming from farm telemetry, yield potential, are something what is fulfilling you this information which you need for the decision. So there is important to develop such numbers of blocks which will be able to fulfill you this database, and then you are able to provide it your decision and your management. It's all. I try to be very fast.
Karel, thank you. Karel, thank you very much for your presentation, but I need to repeat. I mean, without Karel, all what we are doing today here is not possible, and all these other projects, what we also heard before, is not possible. So special thanks for all. And I like to invite now also from the Laboratory of Atmospheric Physics and Neuroscience. Andreas Kazatsidis is here. Also other professors were present today in the morning. So, Professor Pavlidis, as you see, you are already connected with your other faculties around, and this is very, very important. I'd like to ask Leonidas, Nikos, and Gabriel to be ready as the last three speakers, because with all these foodie and the other food projects, maybe we also should have some lunch later on. And please do be very, very specific, and please be welcomed to be there tomorrow, as many of you as possible, to act as mentors, to act as supporters for the younger people that are going to start. You mentioned it from Neuropublic and also Gavrilidis, Pavlos before, and everybody. So we appreciate that you are there tomorrow to empower also our students, except society and entrepreneurship. The floor is yours, Andreas.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Just a brief thank you to the organizers for the invitation to present our results from an EU project that ended a year ago, and it's called Neuroscience. My name is Andreas Kazantsidis. I'm coming from the Laboratory of Atmospheric Physics here from the University of Patras. A motto that could represent our lab is that weather matters, and weather matters for many things, like, let's say, energy, for renewable energies, for air pollution, for health, for agriculture, of course. But it also matters for much more detailed things. So the main idea is that all this could be beneficial if we could be able to provide personalized information. And this is something that Neuroscience represents. As you see from the title, Neuroscience, it's the acronym that comes from a project about environmental optimization of irrigation management, the combined use of integration of high-precision satellite data, advanced modeling, process control, and business innovation. And we were the work package leaders for the meteorological forecast about irrigation, so I will concentrate on this work package and what type of open data do you use to deliver. So a few words about the problem that we're trying to do here is that, of course, irrigation is a significant environmental challenge according to the EU directions. And on the other hand, the agriculture consumes the largest amount of water globally. Even in Europe, the agriculture consumes about 30 to 60% of the total consumption. So, in addition to that, we have to admit that there will be in the future some kind of decision about cuts in farmer subsidies if they do not use water efficiently, and of course the net water price will be increased. So all this with the synergy of the increase of irrigation cost comes to the challenge of the project, which is first to try to provide environmental improvement of irrigation systems and relevant agricultural practices in accordance to EU legislation and the needs for the farmers, of course. Secondly, to reduce the water consumption. And third, to improve the water and soil quality. So, what was NORASys is a platform that tries to motivate farmers to use the water with the optimum way, and also to provide the water management authorities the needed information for forecast and manage irrigation water resources. So it's also a personalized information for each farmer, but also information for the authorities. And NORASys actually is a platform that has some specific components. One is the wireless sensor that is applied on the crop and provides information about the meteorological conditions on the farm. We use also irrigation optimization techniques, and finally, the weather prediction system exploited by satellite observations. All this comes to the outcome in order to promote the irrigation when it's needed and as long as it's needed. Actually, the final outcome of NORASys, it's a tool, it's an app that a farmer from home can see the irrigation needs for the day on his field, a field that has been already registered in a GIS system, and just by by using this app can open the valves, the water valves, irrigate as much as needed, and that's all. So it's a completely remote system. And what about the meta-analysis tools? I think that the main message here is what is beyond the state of the art. Actually, when you try to find out how much to irrigate, usually you count on data from weather systems, for weather stations, sorry, even on the field or a nearby weather station, as well as on prediction based on historic data. But, of course, in the first case, you may not have the information on the field. If you have the information on the field, it's also difficult to know if irrigation is needed, because maybe it's going to rain. On the other hand, if you're based on historical data, you have the problem that the climate changes, and you can see that from year to year, there are huge changes in the main meteorological parameters in areas. So both of them are accompanied by quite high uncertainty. So what is the innovation of NORASys? Is that we try to use satellite images coupled by weather forecasting systems in order to provide near real-time and accurate prediction about rain. Actually, nowadays, apart from the weather resource regional forecasting system that you see here, the so-called VERF model, we use a new version of VERF, which is a VERF hydro model, that also it's a meteorological model coupled with a hydrological model. So in this case, we can also catch not only the rain, but actually the soil moisture at the ground, because the water flows instead of just falling from the sky. So the main outputs that are used by FAO model about the irrigation needs, it's the rain probability, the maximum and minimum temperature, the mineral humidity, the average wind speed, and solar radiation. So this is more or less what we provide. This is an example from the region of Patras. You can see the Gulf of Patras and surrounding areas. So this is the rain. And you must be aware that if you're going to provide such a detailed information by in analysis of 1 by 1 kilometer and every hour, you have to be very careful, and of course you have to be very accurate as well. So what we are doing to do this, the technique that we're using is the so-called nesting technique. That means that we need the global forecast and then try to go to make nest over the areas that we are interested for and try to maximize the temporal and spatial resolution of our forecast. So you see here the Europe, that we run the model for the whole Europe and then we make nest, and these are the 4 pilot sites that we had during the NRSS project. This is a very complicated procedure that we have to follow in order that all these forecasts should be coherent when you try from the global picture to the local one, and try to keep, the loss of energy, the loss of momentum, the loss of mass that we have usually in physics. And this is the first, the best paradigm about the use of open data. I mean, you have the open data, which here is the global forecast system, but on the other hand, you have to post-process them very carefully in order to get the information that you need for your scope. So, what type of open data are you using in NRSS? First of all, you use the global forecast system from NCEP, coming from, actually from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in US. So you see here, let's say, the temperature and the precipitation. This is the highest analysis that you can get from NCEP. It's about 25 by 25 kilometers. So it's really a lot of work to try to downscale this to 1 by 1 kilometer. So you see here the forecast for, this is for July 16. So for those that they tend to spend the weekend here, maybe we're going to face some rain in that weekend. And then, of course, we use a very detailed topography and information about the land use. In this case, we use the topography from USGS, and of course, the Korean land database from the European Environmental Agency that can give us information about the land use for about 1 by 100 meters, sorry, 1 by 100 meters, which is very crucial for weather forecasting. Of course, massive data sets are used for the validation of such a system. And some samples about the data sets that we use are coming from the ECA-ND, which is the European Climate Assessment and Database that is able to provide gridded data coming from stations across Europe and give us all the needed information for meteorology and validation. Of course, we use the data from the reanalysis of ECMWF, which is the Mesoscale Weather Forecasting Agency in Europe. ECMWF doesn't provide forecasts for free. The forecasts are available only for the National Meteorological Services and partners of ECMWF through EU projects, but the reanalysis is there and is freely available to everybody. And the last but not least is try to assimilate the forecast with the near real-time information you can get from the satellites. So usually we have our forecast is running through the night. Early in the morning we have the information for the public or the farmer or whoever is interested for the next 3 days with 1 hour step, with 1 by 1 kilometer, but then the reality comes and you need to assimilate to to improve the accuracy of this forecast. So this is an example about cloudiness that we use in our lab. The original images are coming from EUMETSAT. In fact, they are coming from the so-called near real-time service that EUMETSAT has. It's called EUMETCAST. And this cloudiness and some example and how this cloudiness changes from one quarter to another during the day over Greece. So we can follow the cloud or the rain forecast and try to see if we can improve the results. So coming to the final slides and try to go a little bit beyond NORASys. There are a lot of open data that they certainly need a very careful post-processing in order to help the farmers going to different directions. And one direction is the weather forecast, which help the farmer when to plant, spray, irrigate, protect from extreme weather events. And also there is another direction, which is the climate forecasting, which is also, in this section, we also have a lot of open data, and we have a lot of capable, robust downscaling techniques to put them to the local scale. And in this case, such kind of forecast can help farmers to decide about crop varieties, acreage allocation, crop insurance, and market strategy. Thank you so much.
Andrea, I think that the poor farmer that Karel showed us before started being happy, if possible, all these technologies to be available for the farmer per se. And the fact that you are based in Patras and you are very, very close to all this agricultural farmland around, I think that makes huge importance, yeah?
Yeah, just a short comment on this, that the ideas are all promising, but there are 2 or 3 certain problems. One is to persuade the farmers, and the other one is that it's the cost of all these. In terms of modeling, it's good that you can have some cost, let's say some 10,000 of euros to build the models and maintain through a year. But you provide personalized information 1 by 1 kilometer to everybody. So you can catch a lot of stakeholders and minimize the cost per stakeholder then.
Please be there tomorrow, if you can, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Athens Technology Center, Leonidas, what does it mean making sense of open government data following public money? Because here in Greece now, we're supposed to have a problem with capital controls. You say that you are going to relax it. You say that you trace the public money and you know how much costed this seminar and how much should have costed. Indeed, from my years in Brussels, I felt that some kind of following this public money, especially what the results they have been achieved in every project, was a good idea. But help us to understand.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to speak about Your Data Stories, which is the project that will try to do exactly what you just described. My name is Leonidas Karipolitis. I work for Athens Technology Center, which is a software house based in Athens, and we are the coordinator of this project. Okay. I'm going to speak about the motivation, the challenges, and the vision of the project, objectives and expected impact, our main achievements, and the platform and tools that we already have made available, and a few words about the pilots that ran during the course of the project. Okay, so the particular project is an innovation action. It will last for 36 months, and it has started last year, so we have finished year number 1, and we already have some results that we can share and will be also available for use tomorrow at the hackathon. There is a number of companies, commercial companies, research centers like Demokritos and the Greek Society for Open Source Software, etc. Okay, so, and following the new data revolution that we have heard about this morning, the main motivation for your data stories is to study the economic related open data, which currently are quite heterogeneous. They lack standardization, they lack visibility of existing data, and they miss interaction and integration with open data and social media. But of course, there is a great potential which needs some tools and infrastructure in order to help alleviate the aforementioned problems. So, I'm going to briefly mention the main challenges. The first one is to bridge the data gaps. One of the main problems is to create some common vocabularies to use when describing data coming from different sources. An example at the domain that we're talking about, the economical domain, is the naming in different data sources of the supplier or payee or anadojos in Greek or providor. These are all same words describing the same entity. So one of the first challenges is to create a common vocabulary for this kind of words, and to also build a constant and automatic connection to data sources. The second one is to socialize the data, meaning to create some interconnections of data with the social media streams. And some examples could be to auto-post some data stories or to import social feedback back to data and make this available as well. Okay, so your data stories in brief. What the project tries to do is to orchestrate the linking of data, the experts, and the social media, to provide better quality data by creating data evidence stories or crowdsourced applications, and also to have a plan for the sustainability of the project by providing some business models like freemium access to the tools that we are going to provide, or an application market. Okay, and the main objectives, again, are to provide a unifying conceptual model. This is what will help us describe data coming from all these various diverse data sources, to enhance open governmental data, to redistribute them through a single stream, and also to add the social dimension and increase transparency, and finally create an open ecosystem for marketing of data, services, and applications. The expected impact that the project has is to provide connected linked data to web UIs and web analytics, thus helping developers mainly and people that try to see the insights on this data through web interfaces and applications. We also aim to transfer good practices and existing expertise across Europe, and to, of course, benefit from the social web by establishing a bi-directional channel between the social and semantic web. We aim at providing sustainable services for the public and also public services across borders. Okay, so the main achievements. As I mentioned, the project is currently running its second year, and we already have developed a semantic data model and data source assessment methodology. We have released the first release of the YDS data API that is going to be available for the coming days for the hackathon. We have the first integrated platform, and of course the deployment in our 3 pilot sites. Okay, so this is just a screenshot of the tools that we have available. We can see that we can search the data that we already have in the system. We can see already some visualizations. We have a mobile application already available, and the marketplace with the tools and components that we are using in order to address these issues. I have a specific slide for the YDS API because even though it's in its first year, we have already put quite a lot of effort to provide an API that will help developers and data consumers to have a format, an API that provides machine-readable, understandable data and will be standards compliant. Because of the volume of the data We are using already some caching mechanism in order to have an API that responds in a timely manner. And we already have quite good documentation for the data, and together with examples and tutorials on how to use it. So it's one of the things that the project really cares for and tries to provide as the best possible quality. Okay, and a few words for our pilots. There are three of them. The first one is the Follow Public Money. It's about the Greece and ways to increase transparency of public spending. We have the tracking of the development aid in the Netherlands and the cross-European financial comparability, which tries to compare public finances in Ireland and Greece. Okay, so the first pilot is about an effort to increase the fiscal transparency and participation of the data, and follow the public money all the way from the budget to spending in project and the geographical basis. The two main sources for this pilot are the AVIA, which is already mentioned in the presentations during this morning. It contains all the administrative decisions from 2010. We're talking about 20 million of them, and also the National Strategic Reference Framework, where all the European structural and the investment funds in Greece are presented. This is the anaptixi.gov.gr website. So what the model that we created, and I mentioned before, does is to create a common model for combining these two data sets and making it able to search for and compare data coming from these two portals. The second pilot talks about the effort to track the development aid in the Netherlands. This is for the public in Netherlands to understand where their country spends the development, the money on development projects. This is the aim of this pilot is to find out which organizations are the beneficiaries of the money, how they redistribute the money, and what were the specific projects that the money was invested, and of course how successful these projects were, and what was the impact on the Dutch economy and the trade relations between the Netherlands and the recipient countries. Again, here we have a number of data sets that we have been using to get this information and try to combine and create the insights that the pilot looks for. And finally, the third pilot compares and examines data for major road projects across the European Union. And it mixes data coming from three levels. We have the EU public data, the national public data, and the crowdsourced data. These are some of the data sets that we are using. We have the EU tenders, the Eurostat data, European open data portals, as well as the Irish and Greek ones. So, in order to conclude the presentation and sum up the vision of YDS, as we said, the vision includes increasing transparency and participation by combining suppliers of open data and better satisfy the needs of the demand side. From the this includes users or developers, etc. And to also have this under the social media dimension. We aim at validating, correcting, and augmenting open governmental data together with user-generated content, and finally to develop the required software stack with tools, APIs, etc., that will allow citizens to have an easier access to open governmental data and provide applications, perhaps, or web tools that will give better understanding of this data and will help create meaningful insights. That was it. I have in these final slides the links to our platform, to our GitHub page, forgot to mention that everything we create is open source and available at our GitHub repository. And also the final link is the documentation of the API with examples, with everything that the developer needs to have in order to use the data and try and create something meaningful. I will be available the next days in the hackathon in order to help any developer that wishes to utilize the data. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kallipolitis. The floor now will be given to Mr. Petrelis from PL Surveyors.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here to make a presentation about our instrument, COMPI. I would really like to thank ERFC and Mr. Nicholas Petropoulos for the invitation and the organizers. As I said, I'm here to make the presentation for COMPI, which stands for Coastal Monitoring and Prediction Instrument through innovative low-cost technologies for blue growth in the Mediterranean, and I'm here to make the presentation as a co-founder of PL Surveyors. Now, a few things about our company. PL Surveyors undertakes property management projects and the provision of advisory services concerning future investments in real estate. The company specializes in legislation matters and related to coastal zones and also in land and coastal surveying studies concerning the seafront and the temporal shoreline movement. And we also collaborate with clients, especially from the tourism industry, as well as real estate stakeholders and local authorities. Our main vision is to contribute to the sustainable development of coastal areas through innovative ideas such as COMPI, while respecting the physical and anthropogenic environment. Now, about success story in Horizon 2020 and the SME instrument. Our company has developed COMPI, the innovative tool that I've just described, which provides solutions concerning the coastal zone spatial planning and management. The company is one of the winners of the Horizon 2020 SME instrument program of the Phase 1, funded by the European Commission. And the successful proposal addressed the topic of the Blue Growth 2014-2015, supporting SMEs' efforts for the development, deployment, and market replication of innovative solutions for blue growth. Now, the main problem that needs to be tackled is the change of coast, the shoreline retreat, and the material loss, and how societies and businesses of the tourism sector are affected by it. The overall objective is the development of an innovative service on integrated coastal morphodynamics monitoring with low-cost autonomous observational technologies. That will allow the estimation of the future coastline displacements and the evolution of the shoreline, contributing to the development of the Blue Growth strategy principles. Now, a few words about COMPI itself. As I said, COMPI is the acronym, and it stands for Coastal Monitoring and Prediction Instrument. It's a tool which allows the estimation of the shoreline evolution and the future coastline displacements, and provides customized information about a series of matters, such as the indication of the historic profile of the coasts, annual shoreline erosion and accretion rates, monitoring services of the dynamic coastal evolution with the use of AUAVs, prediction for the future position of the shoreline based on these calculated erosion and accretion rates, recent high-resolution images, digital surface models, the DCMs, and bathymetric information, and based on all the above, protection strategies of the coastal systems against climate change. Now, COMPI's process is divided into two main stages. In the first stage, we have the monitoring process, where we have the selection of the study area, the research and the gathering of all the geological, geomorphological profile data of the coast. Then we can have the collection of all the available geoinformation and historical data for the particular coastal area. These sources can be aerial photographs, maps, diagrams, satellite images, and especially sources from open data. And the AUAV phase, where we have the flying, the production of high-resolution images, photogrammetric process over these images, and the extraction of bathymetric and DSM information by them. On the second stage, we can proceed to the prediction, of the future shoreline positions, where we have the computational process, estimation of the annual shoreline change rates by statistical and non-statistical methods and deterministic mathematical models. And then, based on these estimations, we can have the impact scenarios, where we have description of the land losses, the vulnerability indexes, and therefore creation of maps and drawings with high-risk areas along the coast. Now, the use of open data is really pointed to the COMPI process. Building the historical profile of each coast requires the gathering of all the available geoinformation, as we mentioned, from all these sources for every coastal area in order to extract historical shorelines, because historical shorelines are actually the primary data that we use. These open data sources could be on a national level, the Greek Open Geospatial Data, on a European, the ESA, the European Space Agency, and free access to Copernicus satellite data where you can download free satellite images, and on an international level, Landsat satellite images from NASA. Now, in these two following pictures, we can have a good look of the two stages of the prediction of the monitoring. Of the first image, as a background image, we have a satellite image, and in different color, we can see different historical shorelines. In red color, we can see the cross-sections designed, and based on these historical shorelines and the models that we use, we can see in red color, in yellow color, and in red color predictions for year 2050 and 2100. And on the other picture above this, on the other image, it's an image taken, high-resolution image taken by an UAV, where we can see in yellow color bathymetric lines and contour lines extracted by this image using the proper photogrammetric software. Now, about the impact and the size of the market that we are addressing, 1/3 of the EU population lives within 50 kilometers of the coast. The economic value of coastal areas within 500 meters from the European seas has been calculated to be around 500 to 1 billion. The cost of doing nothing, 1,000 billion. The cost of doing nothing against the effects of climate change in coastal areas is estimated to be higher than the annual cost of actually taking protection actions, which is estimated at around 6 billion euros by the year 2020. And on the other hand, the net benefit of adaptation is estimated at 4.2 billion euros. Underestimation, especially for Greece, 6,000 out of the 16,000 kilometers of the Greek coastal areas are low-lying areas, and at risk exploitation infrastructure is high and accelerating. Something we can see actually on this image. We can see the whole of the Mediterranean, and in red color we can see the coastal erosion and the fragile ecosystems. It is evident that Greece, Italy, southern France, and Spain face significant eroding problems on their coastline. Now, the potential end users of our service could be both from public and the private sector. First of all, it could be regional and local authorities that have authority on the coastline, hotel groups and consortia, investors and owners of tourism facilities at coastal areas, regional and local associations and chambers of tourist enterprises, environmental experts specialized in climate change impacts, banks and stakeholders related with subsidies, insurance companies, insurance consultants and others, land development companies, real estate companies, and of course NGOs, academia, research centers and universities. Now, as far as concerning the applications, a tool such as COMPI can provide solutions concerning the protection and sustainable development of coastal areas, and could be used at first in order to develop business master plans for future tourism accommodation infrastructures, in order to provide information for the exact budget that is required for protection works, upgrade of current investments in areas with potentially increased tourism visitors, more efficient time and spatial management of works against climate change in vulnerable areas, works which are usually really expensive, as a coastal vulnerability index in order to develop and monitor climate adaptation policies is something really useful to stakeholders, as an index estimate on the potential risk of salinization of coastal aquifers as well as the nearby water recipients, and finally, as an index for real estate valuations and insurance schemes. Now, the next few slides I'm going to present some case studies that we had with COMPI. The first one in close connection and cooperation with the central region of Greece. We chose the coastal area of Ilia, which is in the northern part of the Evi Island. The shoreline was 1,200 meters long on an area of touristic and archaeological importance. And on this image, we can see the background image is an image taken by an AUV. In different colors, we have the different historical shorelines, and we can also see the bathymetric contours derived by the photogrammetric process. Now, based on these calculated shoreline change rates and the estimated vulnerability, different parts of the coastline could be categorized. This is an overall image of the area. We can see two sub-areas divided by a coastal work. In green color, we can see the areas where we had accretion, and in red color, which is in the central part of the coastal area, we have recession. We have land losses. As an overall result, though this is a rather stable area, that means that the accretion and the erosion rates were relatively slow. Now, as an overall conclusion, COMPI's end results can be exploited in national, regional, and local strategic planning for the monitoring, protection, and management of coastal zones, coastal settlements, sensitive ecosystems, touristic investments, and others. And COMPI offers an holistic approach to coastal zoning, future protection strategies, and spatial planning. Now, on another case study, we chose the Gulf of Larnaca in the Cyprus Island. In that case, the study area was larger. The shoreline was 1,200 meters long, an area again of touristic importance, but with a unique characteristic that it has a lot of industrial infrastructure on its coastline. And on this picture is perhaps more evident than the previous one because we had high erosion rates calculated by our models. Again, we can see with different color the different historical shorelines and the evolution of the shoreline. In yellow color, we can see the prediction for the year 2050. And for the year 2100, we can see the estimation where the shoreline will go. And it is really important because we can see that it crosses pools, infrastructure, houses, touristic houses, the coastal road. And that means that based on our estimation, which of course has certain uncertainties, by the year 2100, all these lands between that prediction shoreline and the current shoreline will be in jeopardy. Now, and here we have a large-scale application, which actually is a fictional application, but it is based on our previous case studies. This is the island of Skiros, again, part of the region of central Greece. The total length of Skiros Island is around 130 kilometers. On that particular case, the total length of the shoreline, which we could study and model its evolution, would be something around 30 kilometers. And we can see in red color the possible areas that could be eroding, and in green color the areas that perhaps were accreting. And based on a map like that, and this is why I'm showing you this image, stakeholders could base their future plans for development, management, and mainly protection of all the areas that are eroding, especially areas such as in the northern part where we can see the airport. Now, I'd like to conclude with something really important, that just recently, COMPI became part of the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy that it was voted in Greece, especially in the chapter concerning coastal zones and the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. Potential stakeholders from the public sector, such as regional authorities responsible for the implementation of studies and action plans on the coastal areas management, will actually take this text and use it in order to produce and organize their own action plans. So it is really important because COMPI is referred as the most appropriate tool for ICZMs, meaning integrated coastal zone management, in the climate change adaptation strategy. That would be all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Petrelis. Now, last but not least, comes Mr. Mavrelis from Geospatial Enabling Technologies.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Mavrelis. I'm the CEO of the company Geospatial Enabling Technologies, and we are going to present together with Theo Vakas a presentation regarding the implementation of PSI and Inspire Directive in Greece using free and open source software, and we're gonna describe you best combined practices. We will discuss first of all about our company, the implementation of PSI and Inspire in Greece, what's the technology that we used, what's the innovation, and then we will show you some of the examples. Our mission is very clear. We are trying to make location matter, and our vision is to be recognized as the best provider of geoinformatics solution based on open standards, open and free software, and open data, contributing essentially to the improvement of society and knowledge sharing. So we are a Greek company that the last 5 years, we are working in Greece and abroad, taking seriously the words of open standards, open and free software, and open data. We have 4 business units. One is geospatial in respect of SDIs, open data portals and open data solutions, business intelligence, and environment. At this moment, we have completed in the last 10 years 300 projects. We have 30 SDI portals, SDI Inspire, implemented in Greece and abroad. We have developed solutions in 7 countries, and we have a presence of 10 years. We are a proud member of SI cluster of OGC. We are the only company in Greece that we are members of OGC, and the only company in Greece that we are members of ODI. We develop with Greek developers. We have a team of 6 developers under the support of Theo, and we are creating our own product, which is Get SDI Portal. In respect of R&D, we are the company together with Athena behind the geodata.gov.gr. So through the Publica Mundi, which is an FP7 project, we have implemented the last version of geodata.gov. Our approach, we have a specific approach in all our projects, and this approach is based on having in central area of the solution an SDI application, and to share through open source and open protocols the data with professionals, with the crowd, with citizens, to support decision-making process of the management, and to support vertical application for every department that is using this kind of data. In order to continue in this approach, we have specific assumptions. First, we believe that it's very critical in any organization to have one common operational picture. Second, we do believe that great majority of data is used in most of the companies and organizations is related to geospatial. Our background is surveying engineering, so we may want to say that this is 80%, but let's say it's a very big number. We do believe that open data, and that comes from Inspire and PSI Directive, is very critical in order to support data economy, and in order to do that, we use free and open source. Why we do that? Especially in Greece, we are under crisis the last 6 years, so it doesn't make any sense to buy commercial application and commercial software, because I do believe that 90% of the application used by open source cover 120 of the needs of every customer in Greece. That's my opinion, and this is proved by facts. Tools. In order to support this approach, we have specific tools. We have open source tools, and we have commercial tools whenever it's needed. In respect of the solution that we are going to show you for Inspire and PSI, we have Get SDI Portal, we have Get Open Source Software, which is PostGIS, GeoNetwork, GeoServer, and we have also CCAN, that's the innovation that we are going to present you, which is totally integrated within the SDI application, and together with QGIS. And what's the next step? It's analytics. We are supporting Tableau software, and we are creating analytics using this approach. So this is an overall idea how we support our customer in the arena of SDIs and in the arena of open data. So we integrate the two different worlds. So I don't know if it's so big innovation, but we combine PSI and Inspire Directive in one solution. We integrate the CCAN platform. CCAN is a platform, it's an open source platform and has 95% of usage all over the world. So the government of US and the government of UK is using CCAN. So we integrate CCAN with SDI, implemented with PostGIS, GeoServer, GeoNetwork, and our GetSDI portal. In this direction, we develop modules that, first of all, we create batch dataset and data resources in CCAN. There are two different words. So we try to make the creation of dataset within CCAN very easy for everybody. So the second is we extend CCAN, we have a CCAN extension for adding GeoServer layers to CCAN. It's very clear to everybody that GeoServer is a software that is used all over the world, so we create this extension. The second, we make modification on CCAN spatial extension. We change CCAN default WMS visualizer from open layers to leaflets. We also added support to preview the actual WMS content per layer instead of previewing the entire WMS content. Fourth, we make customization to visualize the map in CAV resources. And this is very critical because we modify the GeoServer output CSV in order to add geocomp column to contain data in GeoJSON format instead of the standard which is used. We link to the solution to our GeoPortal, so to GetSDI portal, and we create a QGIS plugin in order to publish geospatial datasets to CCAN catalog. And final, which is critical to Greece, for Greece, we have done all the translation in respect of CCAN and QGIS in order to support Greek language. So we have best practices. First of all, we have 30 customers in Greece fully using Inspire and open data solution created by us. In respect of Inspire, we have customers in authorities and municipalities, and I just decided to show two of them. One is Regulatory Authority of Energy. It's an active Inspire customer, already working with this solution the last 5 years. It's the best practice, in my opinion, in the governance side. It's fully Inspire in all respect. Even the data model is fully Inspire, supporting all the action. The data are, of course, available and can be used tomorrow in the hackathon. A very recent vertical, totally supporting Inspire application for regional planning and local planning is the municipality of Heraklion, and this is supporting full the functionality in respect of data model, of metadata, of services, all the functions that requires the Inspire according to the most recent regulations. Let's go to the second category. The second category is Inspire and PSI combined implementation in municipality and regions. So in this, we combine PSI and Inspire Directive in a unique combined solution. First example is municipality of Gortynia, close to Patras. And here you can see the CCAN portal for the open data, which is fully functional and combined with the SDI application that we have implemented for them. And another one is the region of Epirus. So you see again the open data portal of Epirus according to PSI, and fully combine that and working integrated within the SDI, which is supporting the Inspire Directive using GetSDI portal. What's the next step? The next step is transforming open data to knowledge. So we work heavily in business analytics. So here you can see the example of using open data of municipality of Thessaloniki in respect of atmospheric pollution, in order to see the function of open data, in order to get business analytic information in a very clever and fast way. Another example is from the Regulatory Authority of Energy. It's again a business analytic portal that combines all the areas that have specific percentage of usage of photovoltaic applications in all Greece, and you can immediately see where are the areas that you can invest or where are the areas that you cannot do it. In summary, geospatial is small part of open data. INSPIRE and PSI Directive have well-defined technical regulations. By combining both words of SDI and CCAN, you can make much more attractive and visible to wider audience geospatial data. We offer the tools to make that happen. We have done that 30 times in Greece. Thank you very much. Get in touch with us in our website in order to see other best practices. Those are our emails. And tomorrow we have a hackathon proposal. We have a team here with Theo and our core developer from GetSDI, and we would like to hack the data of Ministry of Energy and Environment. There are a lot of data sets there, and we want to make a Get Open Data portal available to the public that we will get from them the data which are not readable in the INSPIRE way, and we're gonna do that using the brain that are here in the room. Thank you very much.